It appears my calculations were correct. I knew that at this very spot I would encounter none other than Vobiscum. He who saw us through the final day. So certain I was of my math that I stood here for... Well, let's not concern ourselves with that. I am Namjiji, assistant to one Professor Claudian. We worked with a ITScope to observe the ethereal sea and delve into its myriad mysteries. Some mysteries, though, are beyond even our capabilities to unravel. The strange crystal we recently discovered, for instance, defies our every conjecture. You've been to the center of the star and far beyond it. However, so we hope that you may see something in this crystal that we academics do not. I beg you lend us your well-traveled eye at Aporia. Professor Claudian will be eagerly awaiting your arrival. Greetings, Vosen, and welcome to my humble laboratory. I'm sure Nemjia already told you plenty about us, but allow me to introduce myself. Firstly, I'm Claudian, leader of this little research collective. I must admit, I've been nervous about this meeting ever since Nemjia set out to find you. For a researcher in my field, there's no greater honor than to meet the first man in history, traverse the Veil Sea, and return to tell a tale. The professor speaks often at length of your deeds, but he has no small number of achievements of his own. To his own name, he has peered deeper into the ethereal sea than any other Charlian, and the breadth of his knowledge is peerless. Peerless, perhaps, but for a single man. We must seize this precious opportunity to learn what we can from him, and perhaps crack this conundrum that has stumped the three of us for moons. It was we peered into the phantom of the sea from the anti-tower in the Driven Hinterlands. There we spoke of Heidel and learned of the fate that would befall the start final days. Soon thereafter, all researchers moved to Labyrinthos, and through the ITScope did we continue our visual. As impressive a work as the device is, however, it can glimpse but a fraction of the sea's infinite depths, which brings us to the matter at hand. Not long after Exodus was declared, we recovered an unusual crystal shard during a routine observation. It appeared before us suddenly as if propelled to the surface by some unknown force. We found that it was possessed an ethereal density that exceeds that of normal crystals by orders of magnitude, and its shape resembled nothing which occurs in the natural world. It was made, not formed. Unfortunately, that was the extent of the information we could glean before we were forced to turn our focus towards the Exodus. The crystal was very nearly forgotten amidst the sudden upheaval. But thanks to the efforts of a certain someone, the crisis is now behind us, and we are free to resume our research. Thus did we decide to seek you out. The dauntless adventure we delved into the unknown and beheld its innermost secrets, and now we would have you see for yourself. Here's the crystal in question. If it resembles aught you have encountered before, even by the smallest degree, please say so. If the crystal is too high, I can't see it. As I thought, you do know what this is. Please tell me everything. See, the Ascians used these to transfer their memories to new vessels. Fascinating indeed. It was plain that this crystal was special somehow, but this revelation surpasses even my considerable expectations. Similar artifacts have appeared throughout the ages. Memories of martial techniques manifested as crystalline shards on the battlefield, or storied stones passed from master to student. A comparison between said artifacts and this crystal may prove a fruitful first step in unveiling its true nature. What do you think, Professor? As in memories, Windows 2, wishing case upon the complication of 14. Well, the crystal invokes some story. This is one does not bear the mark of complication. Who then could these memories belong to? More importantly, why were they stored in a particular shard? More importantly still, why was it set adrift to the ethereal sea? Professor? Professor or Guardian? Yes? And wherewith contemplation is the key to breakthrough, but there's propriety to consider. We have a guest. One you invited explicitly. Must we do this every time? What? Yes, of course, our guest, terribly sorry. I do so easily find myself unmoored by the tides of rumination. Perhaps a more engaging use of your time with us would be for you to take up that crystal. If indeed there are memories stored within, they may reveal themselves to you upon contact. If anyone, message, come. Pandæmonium, please. Faces, grave danger, star in danger. That expression does not bode well. What did you see? Pandæmonium, 'tis not a word I've heard before. If my knowledge of the ancient tongue serves me, it means all demons, not named as far as optimism is all things considered. In events that another star-shattering catalysm is in fact bearing down upon us, I would have the aforementioned example of crystalline memories to hand. Namjiji, Rusinal, I entrust their procurement to you. If there are more memories to be extracted from this crystal, we'll find them. As for you, Wobskin, there's a person I would have you seek, the one who has delivered so dire wound. Your story tells that this crystal very well have been made by one of the ancients. If that is the case, then discerning the nature of this pandemonium would require a trip into the past to an era before the sunrise. I know of one individual capable of such a feat, the very hero who traversed time to prevent the world's doom. Me? I must confess, the tales people tell of your Avengers Becker's belief in the veracity has been a subject of much debate among my peers. After today's meeting, however, there can be no doubt in my mind that every incredible exploit is a fact. So I ask you now, return to your past, find out what Wimware Pandemonium is, and if we need to be concerned by this message. Thank you. For the time being, you should keep the crystal in your possession. I do not think you have seen the last of its memories, and more may be drawn out as you approach their source. Safe travels, and may we meet again soon and share our findings. Take that, Olympus. It be? Yeah, it says boy. No, of course not. Apologies. For the briefest moment, I thought you'd be a dear friend of mine. I realize now that such a notion is preposterous. You told me a falling star would appear before me, and I suppose you must be it. Truth be told, I did not expect the expression to be so literal. My apologies for not introducing myself properly. My name is Themis. As you can see by my bare face, I am not one of Elpis' overseers. Rather, I am come here on an assignment, which has been more or less routine up until this very moment. You certainly do know how to make an entrance. I must wonder what brought you here, for it is plain you do not belong here, or any place I know for that matter. I am also curious. Are you here to investigate Pandæmonium, perchance? It will not surprise me should we share a purpose. If so, we may be able to help one another. But first, might I trouble you to explain how you came to collide with my skull? I see. I believe that dispels any major downside concerning your intentions. Apologies for being so intrusive, but you must understand this is an uncommon occurrence. I shall pry no further, for I am well aware that we all have secrets we must keep. However, if I may, I would very much like to take a look at this crystal of yours. Fascinating. While I cannot say much as to what it contains, it is clear there are memories stirring within. Memories that speak of something gravely amiss in Pandæmonium. The facility extends beneath Elpis and is overseen by the wards of La Habrea. It houses those creations that are highly valued as research subjects, and highly dangerous to the star. Naturally, it is strictly guarded and under constant surveillance. Several days ago, however, an unnatural shift in the flow of its surrounding ether was detected. Soon thereafter, all communications from Pandæmonium ceased. I am here as representative of an organization that works directly with the convocation. I have been tasked with investigating this incident. Now that there is some measure of transparency between us, might I offer a suggestion as to what we should do next? Now then, my proposal is a simple one. Let us journey to Pandæmonium together. Our destination is the same, and I suspect the arrangement will work to our mutual benefit. Besides, I should have no trouble gaining us both access. I do hope you agree. I should be loath to part ways from the falling sun I had been waiting so long for. Falling star. Originally, I had planned to conduct my investigation the friend I mentioned earlier. He had also noticed the anomaly near Pandæmonium, so it only seemed natural that we should investigate it together. However, he eventually decided it would be unwise for us both to go. If two members of our organization were seen poking our heads about restricted facilities, it could raise questions, you see. I decided to go alone, but he left me with these words. "Fear not, for in my absence a star shall fall before you." While I could not comprehend his meaning at the time, I believe now understand. He does have a way of being right about these things. Even so, his hints of what to come are generally more cryptic. I suppose I should have kept my gaze to the heavens. Suffice it to say that I'm grateful for your presence either way. As for the matter at hand, we must first gain permission from the wards of La Brea for entry into Pandemonium. There ought to be a speaker waiting at Anor-Brissis. What a fascinating etheric signature. In accordance with the convocation request, the two have been granted leave to observe Pandemonium. I shall register your ether for the records. From this point on, you may freely come and go from Pandemonium as you please. Now that was a painless process. I take this as a sign that we were meant to conduct our investigation together. Of course, while you have been permitted entry into the facility, the specimens housed inside must be handled with the utmost care. You are to heed the warder's instructions at all times. Those who conduct their work within Pandemonium are called warders for their role with respect to the creatures within. Generally, creations that pose a threat to the safety of the star must be undone. However, the wards of La Habrea has deemed certain such creations as worthy of further study, interring them within the facility. Those who spend their days in Pandemonium are not merely researchers. They must work tirelessly to ensure that none of their subjects slip their shackles. For all intents and purposes, the place is a dungeon. Perhaps such a comparison arouses frightful imagery, but Pandemonium is a frightful place. I know not the purpose of your investigation, but if you discover aught that merits a report, pray do so with the utmost care. Master La Brea shall guide us upon the proper course of action from there. Then I take it that means you have detected nothing amiss as of late? The warders have reported nothing that could cause alarm. Minor fluctuations in ether has been observed, but surely Master La Brea would have acted if they were anything worth worrying about. I see. It appears La Brea is kept well abreast of the going-ons here, then. I hope I am not overstepping my boundaries by asking, but you seem to be quite familiar with Master La Brea. Do you know him? That a mere familiar will have had the honor to meet Master La Brea. He is not known to be easily afford others his time, so you must be extraordinary indeed to be granted even a moment of it. Regardless why I doubt I need to tell you this, he is of the convocation. Take care of your actions to not hinder his work. And with that, we are free to make our way to Pandemonium. Then yes, that will take us there is on the eastern bank of the Lech. Let us delay no further. I had to contain my surprise for the sake of appearances, but is it true that you too have met La Brea in the flesh? I find you more fascinating by the moment. Still, I shall refrain from asking too many questions. Secrets will make our journey all the more intriguing. We should come to know each other in time, my warrior, or else why would fate have orchestrated our meeting? In any case, let us be off. Truth be told, this will be my first time beholding the fabled Pandemonium with my own eyes. Here's to a new adventure, eh? As much as I feared. The speaker seemed in such high spirits that for a moment I thought that your irregularity is not nearly so grave a portent as I had imagined. Alas, it was a fleeting and vain hope. To gaze upon this complex networks of chains and boards, the untrained eye might not sense anything awry. No effort has been spared in making this place impenetrable. Even the finest masterwork is not without its flaws, however. Someone, or something is tampering with the protections. It is working from within, eroding them from inside out. Fear not, there is no immediate danger. I enforce what protections occur the moment arrived. This will not put an end to whatever is occurring, but it shall at least serve to slow its progress. One small victory, though the road ahead of us is yet long. Yes, powerful forces are at work here. The silence in the air speaks volumes. While I do not expect a bustling facility, I see not a single warder. Our first course of action should be to seek one out, wherever they may be. However, there is something you must know. The magic I wove upon entering requires my constant awareness. That is to say, if we are forced to fight, I cannot risk joining you in battle. If I lose focus, Pandæmonium's protection will rapidly crumble before the forces assailing them. Were there another way, I would gladly choose it, but let us at least be grateful that neither of us is here alone, trapped in hopeless circumstances. If we should fail to find a peaceful solution, then I hope that I can rely on your strength to see us through. Thank you for offering your help so willingly. If weapons are drawn, I hope to be able to lend at least a touch of magical support. Creation magics do have their uses in that regard. I had in mind to use your ether as basis for illusionary allies that will fight at your side. Perhaps 7 shall do. Not exactly an army, but by the looks of you, a formidable band nonetheless. Then so shall it be. Now, what, I wonder, awaits us in Pandæmonium's pitiless halls? Okay. Man's hustling. Some of the chicken. Oops. That's not the one.
fire, ice, fire. Wait, that was not fire. Let's do this. You know why I called it right by words, but my actions did not match my eyes for some strange reasons. Doing DPS wise. We could be doing better, to be honest. Usually this fight should be at like 30% by now, or 25. We are unfortunately going to see all of its mechanics. Close to kill me again. What's your problem, huh? Nope. I'll grab these here, that's fine. Interesting. He has a red mask on top of him. Why is there always a tank? It always wants to loot. It was a thrilling display, and if I may be so vaunting, the warriors this one from Ether fought even more splendidly than I anticipated. I suppose they were cut from the excellent cloth, after all. We should wait until this man regains his senses. He wears the robes of a warder, and I will be very curious to know what drove him to attack us sight unseen. Who's gonna be stairs? What? What came over me? It's coming back to me. My mind was filled with a storm of desperation. Anger. I leapt at you, though I knew not of your intentions. Pray accept my apology and thanks. If you not knocked some sense back into me, I may have fallen upon someone less capable of defending themselves. I'm Erechthonius, a warder of Asphodelios, Pandæmonium's highest lair, and the place we're in now. One must wonder why you were so desperate to keep us out. What is happening in Pandæmonium? The creations interred within Asphodios has been set free and stalk its halls to end but violence. That is not good, to say the least. Has this ever happened before? No, never. Each level of Pandæmonium is under the charge of a key ward who keeps strict control over the most minute aspects of the domain. They are selected with great care, and their loyalty to Master La Habrea is absolute. If something has gone terribly wrong, try as we might to hold the line, the chaos within is overwhelming. I hardly realized that I had become separate from my colleagues. I remember a chorus of whispers assailing my senses, and afterwards only flashes of rage and fury. The blackness from which I woke to find that whatever had overcome me was gone. I see. Your senses may have been muddled by magics that affect the mind, perhaps the self-same ones that saw you separated from the other warders. Whatever had taken hold of me, thank you for releasing me from its clutches. That you've come here from the surface must mean some word of our plight has reached the outside world. If you know anything that may help, pray tell. Horror among horrors, so Pandæmonium's protections are indeed being dismantled from within. By the same individual or individuals that release its captives and set them upon you, no doubt. Such knowledge avails us little. However, if we cannot ascertain their identity, Themis, was it? You said you worked for an organization under the auspices of the Convocation? Were they to receive word of what has transpired here, what measures would they take? Without this, they would consider this place to be a lost cause. Pandæmonium's ties to the outside world would be severed, or perhaps would be wiped from existence entirely. As I thought, were the creatures to escape in the outside world, there would be untold carnage. The wards of La Habrea would never risk that, despite what value the research subjects may hold. All the more reason to work with haste. If we can't expect further help, then it falls upon me to save the others. I'll not leave them behind. You would go alone. I won't leave the other warders to face certain doom. I know they fight for survival even now. They wouldn't abandon their duty. They would see the creatures return to their cells at all cost. And so I must do the same. I know the request I'm about to make of you is a monumental one, but please, say not a word of this to the Convocation until I've been given a chance to set things right. Forgive my rudeness, Erycthonius, but my decision cannot be swayed by emotion. You would only be consigning yourself to an early death. Strength of resolve alone cannot win in the face of overwhelming odds. That being said, our investigation has only begun, and we would be remiss to turn back ere we've made an exhaustive survey. So, for the time being, there is slightly more than resolve to rely upon. I knew you would be all too eager to join us. Each moment since you fell from the skies has been more interesting than the last. More and more you remind me of my dear friend, which goes some way toward encouraging me that this matter will yet reach a satisfactory conclusion. So you agree to help? For the moment, our goals align. The protective magics of Pandæmonium yet hold, so for the moment time is in our favor. Let us proceed upon the course of you and Robuskin have set us upon. Themis and Vobiscun, yes? Thank you. The warders owe you a great debt already. We should be glad to have someone familiar with Pandæmonium's halls by our side. A party of 3 is ever so much more entertaining than a pair of 2. Now, let us not turn our attention to rescuing your colleagues. Perhaps it would be wise to approach the gates in case any have followed you out. Not a sound can be heard from within, which means neither creature nor warder has made it this far. We should begin forming a plan to save them at once.
Forgive me if I misunderstand, but do you mean to rescue the warders and creations both?
Naturally, although they may be dangerous, they're valuable research subjects. I wouldn't see our labor, our untold hours of study go to waste.
I dare say Lambre would smile to hear you say such a thing. That is, if we had the cause to report this incident to him.
Smile? I'm not sure his face is capable of such warmth.
So you have met him before. I was under the impression he rarely visits Pandæmonium.
I have, yes. My mentor was the previous head of this facility, that is to say, La Brea's predecessor in the position of the chief keyword. Her name was Athena, and she was a researcher with the words. 'Twas she who appointed me to this position, in fact.
I see. I did not know there was a chief keyword before La Brea. Your motivation to save your research subject is not entirely driven by duty to the wards, then. You wish also to preserve the work of your mentor.
You've the right of it. I'm lacking in ideas of how to go about that, however. I'm a mere warder and cannot wield intermittent magic. But of course I can hardly expect you to be versed in the magics we use here. If you recall, during our battle earlier, I bound you in ethereal shackles. Interment is a more refined and powerful magic based upon the same principles. While both are used to keep our subject docile, only the keyword of each tier is permitted to use interment. Even if I were allowed, I lack the aptitude to use the spell to any notable effect.
Fascinating. I have some knowledge of these forms of spellcraft, actually. Labre himself established their for an illusion, if I recall. Well, shackles are meant to bind an object in place for a short time. Interment freezes the various space around it for as long as the caster wills.
Indeed, while the illusionary beings you summoned in our fight is just as such, I see your knowledge of magic is vast. Perhaps you already mastered the art of interment. I've been lecturing you like a child all this time.
I'm afraid my knowledge ends there. I have not the precise understanding of how the invocations interact with natural laws that would be needed to cast set spells with any consistency. While I consider myself well versed in various magics, it will be ill-advised to assume the duties of keywords without instruction. That being said, if I were to learn more of the interment, its inner workings, perhaps. Well, the solution is obvious when you put it like that.
Octonius, you implied that what prevented you from performing interment was the lack of magical capacity. What if I supplemented your power with my own? Would the spell succeed then? I can't say for certain. I never heard of such a thing being done.
I believe it may be our best recourse. That is, of course, assuming you can perform the initial rites and incantations flawlessly. If the smallest missteps we would have to start over.
You needn't worry about that. I've seen the spells cast so many times that their motions have been burned into my memory. I won't disappoint.
Very well, let us work out the specifics afterwards. Once we do, we can test out our methods on one of the escaped creatures. Though I suppose there is the matter of finding one. It'd be foolish to rush in blindly, lest we find ourselves surrounded with naught but an untested stratagem at our disposal. Nay, I prefer to engage a single creature that was going to dispatch on his own if the spell would go awry.
I agree, and I may have an idea in that regard. I recall seeing the hippocampus wandering the waterways during my fight. Perhaps it's still there. Few of the subjects housed within Asphodelios are fond of water, and I believe we'll be able to engage the beast without fear of unwanted guests.
Then, that shall be our first target, or perhaps subject is a better term.
Before we commence with the interment magics,
The creature should be weakened to a sufficient degree. I believe I can trust you with that task. As dependable as ever, once you have given it thorough trouncing, we shall bind this hippocampus with the keyboard's magic. Until then, my illusions shall fly by your side.
The little pandas will be alone, but it's a daunting opponent nonetheless. Its magic warps the environment around it. It will be at home amidst the waterway. Steel yourselves for a fight. not get my second tank, unfortunately. We're good. Where's the other arrow? Call yourself a mentor. Yep, nope, he's right. So that's the only interaction with the normal region. Timed expert astrologer, or according to Kegaku, as they say. When you spread out there. But as a healer, I probably shouldn't get away from the main bulk of the party while they're standing. You're gonna get bunked. You're gonna get bunked. Why did you do that? Gonna bother that here or trigger the regen there. I'm dead. Victim Master is playing like he's old black mage. Oh boy. Now you move.
Don't give me your stinky syrup sir.
Steps. We good, right? Okay. Just gonna pop the regen thing. That guy, oh, I was gonna heal him, but I guess we're just gonna swift cast this regen. There we go. Oh, that doesn't matter. I mean,
Loot is loot.
I knew you were no mere mercenary to make such clean work of the hippocampus. Seasoned fighters scarcely have occasion to visit Pandemonium. That alone displayed their skills. Mastery takes all forms, indeed. Needless to say, our plan worked to perfection, and no small part thanks to this, to you two. Nemesis' power was more than enough to complete the interment. Spellcasting was never my strong suit, but that almost made me feel like a proper magus. Truly? Having seen your abilities firsthand in your final Vobscon, I beg to disagree. Shackles is the one exception, and this only because I've been forced to practice it since I was a small child. Other magics leave me feeling completely out of my depth. Regardless, it seems luck is on my side. To guide me to you, we may prove the impossible possible after all. While our success in sealing away Hippocampus is certainly heartening, the fact that we have yet to see any other warders concerns me. The key word of Asphodielos is nothing if but not cautious. Doubtless he has gathered what warders he could and retreated to a safe area. Let us hope so. It occurs to me that I know little of the keywords besides their magical prowess. Is there aught more you can share? Of course, a man named Hesperos is in charge as Asphodielos. Not only does he have thorough knowledge of the creatures here, but he takes great pains to be a mentor to each of the warders under his charge. He has done much to ensure that I flourished here in spite of my ineptitude at magic, and I have always known him to be the sort of man who faces difficult decisions with unwavering composure. Furthermore, keywords are not only masters of interment, they can also bend the hallways of Pandemonium to their will with creation magics. With all this in mind, I am certain that so long as Hesperos guides them, the other warders are safe. I can see why absolute control of the environments is imperative. Had we faced the hippocampus upon the arid sands instead of the waterways, I suspect the battle would have ended much more quickly. In any case, if this Hesperos is capable and caring, as you say, we would do well to seek him out as soon as we can. He has, like as not, taken your colleagues to a secure location. The safest place would be the innermost circle of Asphodielos. From there, they could flee to Abyssos if hard-pressed. Even should they have sought safe haven within the other circles, if we make for the fourth, we ought to encounter them on the way. Indeed, and we shall gain a comprehensive understanding of the situation with Asphodielos, which will be essential in determining whether we ought to continue down to Abyssos. The rub, of course, is that I myself possess no power to bend the circles to my will. Instead, we must proceed through the central corridor, which was barred by the Phoenix, last I checked. Phoenix. I have heard the name before. A fiery bird with life eternal. Beyond unquenchable brilliance, the perfected concept boasts the nigh-boundless restorative powers of our call. Truly an exemplary feat of creation magics. Perfection is ever built on the back of failure, however, and La Habrea suffered countless missteps during his experiments. And he was hardly the only one. The Phoenix should be but one of the many attempts that the concept's gone awry. Far from evoking wonder, our Phoenix is a creature of fury and wrath, and seeks only to turn the world to ash, thus was it confined within Pandemonium. Development of the concepts continued elsewhere, but as the moons turned, more and more researchers abandoned the project as an impossibility, save for La Brea and his words. When I received word that at long last La Brea had succeeded where so many others had failed, I was nearly overcome. Pray tell, how did the warders of Pandemonium celebrate their master's accomplishments? I don't believe we did. The research for the wards of La Habrea has little consequence to our work here, save for those rare times it charges us with a new specimen. Truth be told, I don't remember anyone making note of the occasion. Enough reminiscing. We must make ready to confront the Phoenix. While it's possible that it flew off to some other wing of Pandemonium, we would make the assumptions at our own peril. Better to assume that we'll need to bring Asphodielos' most unruly subject to heel. I certainly see no reason to delay. The Phoenix's power over flame will avail it far less in the barren corridor than elsewhere, so it may well serve us to subdue it sooner rather than later. What? It seems whoever is behind us can alter the space around us at will. We face an uphill battle. Impossible. If those were creation magic's work, then that means... Let us confront that reality after we conquer the enemy in front of us. Every drop of our focus should be required of where to enter the Phoenix. Getting a buff. Is it inside or outside? Outside? Hit. Everybody hates this bird. I could eat the extreme version's PTSD. I was like, I'm forgetting to do something. How do I play this class? Oh no. Have a job here or no? Yes, I do. I tried the song. That. Also, when did I sing the setting song? I don't remember. I called out all over the place. I so left help me.
Let me show you! This is actually going to hurt a lot more than it's hurting now. Oh, he's definitely hurting enough. So reset here. This is all screwed up. Ah, I missed my... Ah, man. Yeah, nobody wants the first levels. Desync EXP is desync EXP, and money is money. With that, the point is check out once more. However, there is yet the matter of this arena. As you've told us, there is but one person in Asphodeos with the ability and authority to wield such magics. Though fortunately it appears he has saved us the trouble of finding him. A contemptible display as befits an inferior specimen. Even so, I expected it would at least delay your advance. Imagine my surprise when I saw the chains of Enturan drag the Phoenix back to its cage. Either the bird is even more of a failure than its creators care to admit, or you are no mean trespassers.
I'd hoped our suspicions were misplaced, but alas. Keyword Hesperos, why? Why have you brought such chaos to your beloved Pandæmonium? Pandæmonium, pitiless, impenetrable, and utterly steadfast, unlike those charged with its keeping. What's possessed you? I don't understand.
Oh, Ericthonius, must you pester me with these inane questions? Think for yourself. Surely you can muster a theory or two with that dim wit of yours. Then again, you have never been one for insight. Why Master La Habrea suffers your mediocrity, I shall never understand.
You may look like him, but you're not the Hesperos I know. Something has warped you too, from the inside out. The keyword I knew had compassion for all those under his charge, be they clad in robes or shackled in chains. But was that all farce? Did you hide your contempt for us all these years?
Those who are content to merely glimpse the water's surface are doomed to be dragged into its depths. You prove my opinion of you with every word. My mind is clearer than it has ever been. Even now, seeing your feebly grasp for answers makes the bile rise in my throat. Such wasted potential, to be the son of Master La Habrea, yet no more skilled with magic than a newborn babe.
But of course, it's always about La Habrea.
Silence, you are not worthy to utter his name. For once, be grateful to witness a feat beyond your meager abilities, beyond your shadow reckoning. I've slipped surly bounds of mortality. I've become one with our mythic creations and rid myself of imperfections. I stand upon the threshold of godhood. As a Hemotheos shall I serve Master La Habrea ever faithfully unto the end of days. And he shall require no other. I think not.
Are you so blinded by arrogance that you've lost sight of what it means to serve? Ericthonius is more capable than you could ever know. Distinct to his instructions, I was able to master the Auto Interment, both how to wield it and how to break free of it. Let us quit this place. Whatever poison that has corrupted Hesperos' mind, it is plain his power far eclipses our own. We must have time to gather our strength.
Weaklings though they may be, it takes a singular aptitude to master interment so quickly, to say nothing of how swiftly that familiar laid low to Phoenix. Regardless, their noble aims will be their undoing. Where they fritter away their strength in calming the beast of Asphodielos, I should continue my work, even should they survive long enough to reach half my domain. Not shall await them, but doom. I eagerly await your arrival, Ericthonius. Even dullers have their uses.
My darkest suspicions have been realized. We face the key word of Asphodielos himself. More than that revelation, however, Ericthonius worries me. He loved Hesperos for his compassion, but received naught but scorn from whatever the key word has become. He has said little since our return. I only hope that the shock of recent events does not prove to be a death knell for his resolve. Much as am I loath to disturb Athonius so soon after what just occurred, I'm afraid the circumstances do not afford us the luxury of time. Perhaps it would do him well to speak about recent events concerning both the keyword and his father. Creation of the ward which surrounds Pandæmonium was an astounding feat of magical prowess, a feat accomplished by none other than La Habrea. That both my father and I can bind others in chains is perhaps the only thing that we have in common. So it is true. I am La Habrea's son, bereft of his talents for magics or his brilliant mind, but his son regardless. Surely this doesn't come entirely as a surprise to you. Nay, I had an inkling when you said you had practiced the Ethereal Shackle since childhood, assuming you haven't been employed here quite that long. You had to indicate some long-held connection with La Brea. It was La Brea that taught me how to cast Ethereal Shackles, but that was it. My further education was overseen by the wards of La Brea, more specifically my mother, who was a researcher here. You did speak of Athena, chief key ward, before La Brea. She is your mother, yes? How astute. I can see now why you were chosen to lead this investigation. You have the right of it. Athena was my mother, and it was she who invited me to join her here. La Brea had nothing to do with it. I see there is little love lost between you two. What I cannot see is why La Brea was appointed chief key ward when the other was already in place. Was in place. My mother is no longer with us. La Brea was all too eager to assume her responsibilities, with nary a moment spared to mourn her. What love do I owe him now, when he offered not one drop of compassion then? Ah, I see. She is no longer with us, an expression to convey the end of a life. I've known only the public face of La Brea. Well, he is lauded for his ability to maintain composure in the face of unnerving circumstances. I must admit that oft he comes across as cold. Apologies, but can we speak of something else? This topic isn't an easy one for me to discuss. Of course. There are more pressing matters at hand, after all, namely how to deal with Hesperos. We have yet to see the other warders. Judging by what we know, we can surmise that Hesperos has combined them somewhere beyond our grasp. Now he's aware of our presence. He will be preparing for our next encounter. We cannot expect to face him on equal footing, quite the opposite, in fact. Every moment we spend chasing after the creations is another moment Hesperos can contrive another advantage for himself. The wisest course would be to find him first and foremost. He said that he has become one of the creations. Perhaps that means he is vulnerable to interment? In theory, that should be possible. However, is it enough merely to combine him after all that he's done? I need to know why. I need to know what drove him to forsake everything he's worked for. Was it all truly so he could serve his master? To my mind, he's merely put La Brea's own work at risk in trade for some nebulous power. La Brea is the chief key ward of Pandæmonium. How would throwing it into disarray win his favor? It doesn't make any sense. I share your curiosity, but we must consider that our enemy has us at a disadvantage in every sense. What do you think? Should we seek to put him in fetters, or would it be dangerous to allow him quarter? Daring as ever, I see. I know not which trials you have faced in your past, but to see you so certain is all the more convincing I need. Very well, let us try Athonius' plan. Thank you, Lobskin. I believe I can shed some light on the nature of our foe. When Hesperos spoke with us, I noticed he bore the telltale fangs of the a Vicolacus, a beast which feeds on the ether of its prey, likely that is the creation Hesper has merged his essence with. Know all too well that he can change the environment around himself at will. The battle will not be an easy one, but believe in our victory.
He speaks.
He does not speak. What? Where are you going, tank? That way? Okay. I'm not sure why we're going that way.
That's my button on the door already.
Portions daily. Come back. Yeah. I didn't. Yeah, I didn't. For some reason, I thought it was the. My brain mixed up, combined the mechanics together. Yeah. Good, but that's fine. Yeah, don't run. Okay, that's it for the raid queuing. For now. Okay. Now, Themis, we end this here. Fools, I will not be put in chains. Think I'll fall before one such as you. Perhaps I should have treated you as more than a mere nuisance. Despite your victory, you shall never have the knowledge you seek. The secrets of my transformation, the secrets of my deception, they shall return to the star with me. You're wasting your breath, Hesperus. We have the upper hand now. Surely you can see that. Yes, my repertoire is not exhausted yet, however. Although I failed, my end shall be on my terms. Remain loyal to my very last. Come what may, I die with dignity. What did your ambition lead you so astray, Hesperus? You were better than that. Your stars shone more brightly than any other in Pandæmonium. You had Loudbrea's respect, his trust. What more did you seek? That you would forsake all that and sully your legacy besides? He became so blind about his own desires that he lost sight of his duty. In the end, he lost everything. His plans lie in tatters. I fail to see any dignity in that. Even so, I will have liked to know why he chose this path. Hesperus' infatuation with your father was his undoing. Perhaps he was jealous that fate had chosen you and not him to be La Habrea's son. So terrible did his jealousy become that he sought verboten power, power that La Habrea would be unable to ignore. How does a pursuit for respect warp one's heart so? How does infatuation with one person turn into contempt for everyone else? I've never heard of such a thing. Oh, I don't know. There's this person in ARR, there's this person called Asahi. I see. I admit I cannot but find it vexing, but perhaps this signifies not my own capacity for bitterness. I do understand what it is to have a beacon to follow in dark times, a person you trust to guide you true, how it is to desperately wish their light would fall upon you again. But we have spent enough time assuming the intentions of the departed. There are the living to consider. We must find the other warders and round up the remaining creations forthwith. Of that at least we can be certain. I believe we can be of help in that matter. The influence that Hesperus' magic is fading throughout. As for the Elos, now is the perfect opportunity to seize control of the facilities and restore things to their original state. Seize control? Can you really do that? What is this presence? Erythonios, what lies beyond that threshold? That's the passage which connects Asphodelios to Abyssos. Why? Be on your guard, you two. Now that Asphodelios is free of obstructions, I can more easily sense disturbances in the lower levels. Something stirs in Abyssos. Boarding sigil? How? Let's return to the gates for now. I should like to apprise the situation from there. Needless to say, our investigation is far from over. Although we have defeated Hesperos, it appears we have but scratched the surface of Pandæmonium's troubles. My head is still swimming with questions. Could this mean that Hesperos wasn't actually behind this? It is a stark possibility, yes. The root of this crisis may lie somewhere much deeper than even Abyssos. When we first encountered you, you said the memories of your escape were vague and that your senses were muddled. I believe this was more than the results of a panicked mind. You were made to feel this way by a powerful magical influence. It is possible that the same magic could have poisoned Hesperos's heart, twisting his affection for La Habrea into a burning obsession. Then, in his altered state, he was made an offer of power he cannot refuse. Wait, are you suggesting that someone else turned Hesperos into that thing? If so, it stands to reason that they wouldn't stop at him. Indeed, our mysterious mastermind does not lack for subjects for his experiments, for more potential hemethyloi. If what you're saying is true, then my colleagues, they're doomed to share the same fate as Hesperos. Do not lose heart yet, Erythonios. Hesperos challenged us alone. That tells me the process of this creation was a long and taxing one. If he was the first Hematheos, then the rest of the warders are likely still alive. I would much as well like to hasten deeper into Pandæmonium. The way forward is sealed off. We must focus our efforts on finding a way through. If the creation's still having free reigns of Asphodelios, that won't be easy. On the contrary, I yet retain control of these circles, and thus can wield internal magics within their halls at will. The creatures will pose no threat to us. Just like that? Nothing's stopping us from returning order to Asphodelos. Just so, I shall require your expertise to keep the peace after the subject has been returned to the confinement. However, you are Asphodelos' sole remaining warder after all. Truth be told, I did not expect this investigation to become so involved. Of course, I would like to resolve matters here without resorting to outside help, but... You mean to send a report to La Brea? It is too soon to say. Let us first find a way into Abyssos. It would be best to withhold our judgment until we have ascertained the whereabouts of the other warders and the identity of the party responsible for their disappearance. Agreed. Even so, if it means saving even a single life within Pandemonium, then I'm not above asking La Brea to help should it come to that. Recent discoveries certainly paint Hesperos' action in a new light. The number of unknown elements in this investigation grows, and we must proceed forward with the utmost caution. To that end, Epicthonius and I shall remain here for the time being. Much as I enjoy your company, I do not believe we shall be needing protection for so long as we remain in Asphodelos. You should take this time to rest. Surely you are weary, and there may be more battles ahead of us. Nemesis' burden may grow heavy in your absence, but he's shown that he's more than capable to bear it. Still, I would help wherever soever I'm able. All we've achieved so far has been thanks to you two, and I mean to repay the debt I owe. I don't know what use I can be outside of placating the creatures, but I'll find a way. Nonsense, you owe us nothing. It was thanks to your knowledge of the magics which govern this place that we were able to come this far. Elsewhere, we would have likely succumbed to the Hippocampus' assault. Each of us arrived at this dire pass by separate paths. It is only by combining our respective activities that we will reach the end of it and see Pandemonium saved. Thank you, Themis. Hesperos' words seem to have affected me more than I realized. Together we've come this far, and together we'll reach the end. I have no doubt we will. Even so, let us allow Vobskin to rest. Besides, you have someone waiting a report on your progress, yes? I dare say your story will be much more than they ever imagined. Well, Vobskin, back from the past and none the worse for wear, I see. So what did you find? There is evil afoot in Pandemonium, an already ominous place. I must say, mythic beast and missing warders. Truly, we're fortunate to see who return to us in one piece. It appears the voice Vobskin heard from the crystal spoke the truth. As for who left it behind and why, those are yet questions to be answered. Indeed. It could be someone who lived among the ancients, or it could be someone trying to avert a tragedy from the future. Much remains shrouded in mystery. At Ilma, we shall unveil the mystery with the help of Vobskin, of course, but its actions was the fabric of the past reshaped, yet he returns to the same person he left, which can only mean one thing, that his intervention in Pandemonium's crisis is but one of the many countless building blocks of the history upon which our present has been built. There is no telling what consequences will arise if we stop pursuing this matter now. Whatever plots unraveling within Pandemonium, we must not reach it. Must let it reach its conclusion. If one of those creatures should escape, what ripples would carry forth to the future? They might wreak havoc upon the world of the ancients, and their despair would leave an indelible mark upon our history's pages. The despair will only feed a terrible beast that arose during the final days. The first final days already had a drastic effect on the aeons that followed. If the scars it left were made even deeper, then we risk losing our presence entirely. Whatever the cost, our connection with the future of Elpis must be preserved. I know I have asked much of you already, but I can't count on you to continue your work in Pandemonium. Your tireless efforts are much appreciated. If there's aught else we can ease your burden, you need only say the word. Speaking of which, might you return the crystal into our keeping? Well, we cannot accompany you to the past. Perhaps something can be gained by researching it further.
Shines just as splendidly as the day we met. We shall begin working right away, but I cannot promise any meaningful results for some time. As matters in Elpis seems to be in a similar state. I must ask that you rest. But before allow me to make an introduction. As our research moves in the critical stage, I found only suitable to recruit another assistant. Elena is an expert in armaments from throughout history, be they from the far-flung past or made in modern ages. Should you find auto interest in your adventure, bring her and she'll be glad to offer your service. We know research in numerous fields that would love to get their hands on artifacts back on errors and will give goods in return that should aid in your trials ahead. Furthermore, if you ever wish to peruse the records of events you have reported here, then Gigi has taken faithful and thorough notes. She is at your complete disposal. Since the way you have embarked upon something monumental is something that will dwarf all else I have accomplished in many years of research, I can think of no greater honor, no reassurance than to have your capable assistant in this endeavor. If there is anything to be found that will contribute to your success, we shall find it. We shall not rest until we have unlocked the mysteries of the crystal, and you will be the first to know when we do. I made a blade cure. After uncountable days and nights, finally hearken to the crystal's whispers, I must say. Professor Claudian, where are your manners? While I understand all too well your enthusiasm, I must remind you that even the most academic inclined prefer a composed recounting of events. Yes, of course. My apologies, Bobson. Being consumed by my research for too long, I'm afraid I've forgotten how to engage in civilized conversation. In this case, perhaps we should start from the beginning with a crystal set adrift upon the ethereal tides containing the memory of a party of the yet unknown. The cry for deliverance from Pandæmonium, while the ancients kept volatile creations under lock and key. You yourself witness the power to violence physically from within, and adamant of a divine monstrosity wrought with mythic beasts and powerful mage. Unfortunately, your martial prowess and combined magical talents of companions Themis and Elrachthonius was sufficient to restore order to the circles of Asaphedios, but the greater threat remains. In the depths of Pandæmonium, presence yet stirs, its intention and identity proud and mystery. This is the issue at hand, is it not? Since you returned to us, we've tirelessly discerned the nature of the crystal. In the process, detected an anonymous ethereal signature, which I believe arose from the memories stored within. A thousand of the patterns suggested a feeling of loss of yearning, specifically the yearning to be made whole. And indeed, ambient readings have revealed a faint but identical signature. This can only mean that another such crystal exists in our time. Huh? So, my friend, once the bars of search will fit forthwith by tracing the matching ethereal signature to its source, I believe it will be a simple matter to find our crystal's twin. Professor, will this expedition be carried out only by us, or will Vobis grace us with his protection? I'm afraid he has more pressing matters to attend to, my dear Rusnon. Namely, to seek out the secrets which lies nestled within Pandæmonium, where this all began. From all that we have heard, it appears that time travel from the Crystal Towers is not fluid. That is to say, one can travel in predetermined intervals. It would be prudent to check it in on occasion, in case there are any unanticipated changes. As for you, my loyal assistant, I would ask you to remain here and continue cataloging the ancient creations. You can't mean, do you intend to search for the crystal on your own? Why, yes, that would be the most efficient use of our resources, would it not? In fact, I have already commissioned a ship and a pilot for a very purpose. I trust you to take good care of the laboratory in my absence. And he's gone. I apologize for that somewhat abrupt departure. When progress is inside, Professor Claudian tends to become blind to all else. Indeed, he has been worse than usual. While I cannot fault him for his excitement, I do wish he would spare thought for those around him. For reasons unknown, the crystal seems loath to be overheard, much as it spoke only to you last time. None but the professor has been able to capture its ethereal yearning, which has served only to convince him that he can solve this puzzle on his own.
Surely, after some time alone, you'll come to remember how valuable we are. The search for this crystal seemed to be enough matter. Let him have his adventure. Upon his return, I'm certain, you'll be back to his usual self. As for you, Robiskun, it may be best to return to Pandemonium, as Professor Caldeon suggested.
Speaking of which, I did have a request of my own to make. If traveling to Pandemonium requires you to pass through Elpis, correct? There's something I will have you investigate in my set. While this creation combined within Pandemoniums are considered to be failures, I doubt that's their whole story. Barring exceptional cases, they must have been under observation in Elpis before being consigned to their shackles, and if we know anything about the ancients, is that they would have kept thorough records of the results. Ah, brilliant. Delving into the records may shed light on creatures Phoboscan has yet to encounter, if your theory proves correct, that is. But there are no guarantees. It certainly will beat the current strategy of rushing forward blindly with only a string to carry the day. For your own sake as well as ours, please unearth what information you can.
Where is... You seek records of Pandemonium's creations. Master Themis has just finished perusing the very same. Well, I should not be surprised that we both arrived at the same conclusion. Luckily, I have saved you the trouble and gleaned what information I could. So you know each other, I was dreading. Having to once again scour the archives, perhaps instead I'll rest for a spell. If there is nothing else, I should take my leave.
That should we, for I've undone the warding sigil blocking the entrance to Abyssos. I came here merely to chase some idols of general awaiting your return, which will open the moon and protect wards. Continued assailed by our unknown foe, there have been no fluctuations so great as to make me doubt Erythonius' capacity to watch over us as Phodios while I am away. He works indignantly to master interment, that he might deliver the creations back to their cages by his own hand. I thought it'd be best to give him time to hone his craft. And since fate has brought us both here, I will ask you to accompany me while I attend to another matter, more idle suspicions I would like to chase down. Rest assured, it shall not take long. I simply have a few questions to ask an acquaintance of mine. Come, he has agreed to meet us near the newest of Pandemonium. As I've pondered our expedition into Pandemonium, I cannot help but be mystified by how strongly the warders we encountered felt for La Habrea, whether it be for good or ill. Hesperos and Erythonios were two sides of the same coin. The former looked to his mentor with absolute devotion, while the latter looked to his father with bold hatred. I would not expect a familiar such as you to understand this, but such extreme emotions towards single individuals are quite rare indeed. Naturally, I feel gratitude toward my mother and father, yet we are all equals in the larger picture of the star. This view is not unique to myself, it is more or less accepted as the way of things. By contrast, researchers Pandemonium seem to view La Habrea with a feeling approaching obsession. Whether driven by love or hate, they have all been drawn to him. There were many other aspects of the facility's familiars upon traveling. Besides, I decided the best course of action would be to go straight to the source and pose my questions to a member of wards of La Habrea. My apologies to have kept you waiting, Master Themis. I understand you are conducting an investigation of Pandemonium and wish to know of its origins. Indeed, in particular, I wish to know why exactly Pandemonium was built directly under Elpis. The facility is overseen by the wards of La Habrea, after all. Why keep it so close to Elpis, whose governing body has no say in its day-to-day operations? At first I thought it was simply a matter of convenience. Those creations which were deemed failures by the researchers of Elpis could be easily ushered into their new homes. Imagine my surprise when a trip to the archives revealed that many of the creations were sent from organizations beyond Elpis, including from the wards of La Habrea themselves. Given this, albeit limited information, I cannot but feel that Academia Aneder would have been a more fitting locale.
What does Elpis have that cannot be found there? These are fitting questions, and one we have asked ourselves many times in recent years. Alas, the nature of Pandemonium construction does not lend itself to relocation. When first it was built, circumstances weren't as they are now. As you surmise, the majority of the creations kept within Pandemonium were sent from Elpis. Yet as the years passed, interest changed. Failures in creation deemed too flawed even to submit to Elpis paradoxically drew the attention of Pandemonium's researchers. That is quite the change, and in fact, it almost runs counter to the facility's original purpose. Who is it that decides which creations will be the subject of research? Master La Brea. Such authority is reserved for the chief keyword, and he has taken it upon himself to step into that role. So if Pandemonium's resources were being misused, it would be under La Habrea's authority, correct? I know not what you're suggesting, but the keywords also hold some sway within the facility. Not even Master La Habrea will be free from their scrutiny. They are duty-bound to report any irregularities as soon as possible. Although I admit as of late their communication has been somewhat sporadic. We but recently received a report from one of the keywords stating that all is well within Pandemonium's halls. Really? And you are certain that a keyword sent it? Yes, of course. Our communications suffered a temporary obstruction, but I can assume you that the wards did their due diligence in confirming the identity of the sender. Thank you. This information will be helpful to my investigation. That will be all for my prying. Then I shall take my leave. While you are yet permitted to conduct your investigation freely, I must remind you that the warder's work is delicate, and it will be remiss to disturb them for longer than is necessary. All is well. Blatant lie, and to that we both attest. One of the remaining keywords is most certainly in league with the party behind this. Just hurry, I know not why our adversary sent that report, but it's plain that we must return to Pandemonium with haste. I'm gonna guess as to why this false report has arisen now, but it certainly bodes ill, as does the knowledge that our mysterious mastermind has at least one more keyword to puppet. Regardless have tipped their hand, would be remiss to leave Erythonius at the mercy of their machinations. Let us hope no harm has befallen him. Not quite. Traced these sigils countless times, yet still I lack the strength to maintain the spell. Now time works against me. I can no longer be victim to my own ineptitude. What? Who goes there? Oh, Seraph. There is something to be admired in such single-minded effort, even if your methods leave much to be desired. You allowed this familiar to catch you unawares. Have you set your sights so high as to forget you walk upon the earth? I know this creature, a familiar of the Phoenix, but the monster is locked away. That it is, in spite of the trouble I went to in freeing it. I might add, begrudge me for addressing you in this ill-fitting form if you must, but with control of Asphodelos wrested from my grasp, 'tis simple
exactly the best I can offer you. Hide if you will, but mark my words, I will find you, make you pay for the chaos you've sown. Now, there is no need for such hostility. A calm heart stays the course. The wisdom of La Brea, your father. And how would you know what wisdom he speaks? I've heard those words many times, the scolding of a tutor whose students struggle to grasp the most rudimentary lessons, seething with disgust. No. I'm not known to told that to anyone, not even keyword Hesperos. That can only mean one thing. You insist on mocking me. Stop this farce, Lawbrea. At last, you move to keep up. Pity that you remain behind, nevertheless. Uh-oh. As ever you are, always you fail to learn, fail to understand, fail to act. And though fate deigned to offer an escape, you remain here. You are bereft of magical prowess and common sense both. But you need not despair. Dull though you may be, you are yet indispensable to Pandæmonium's great experiment. There's the affectation I remember. Tell me, did I ever once measure up to your expectations? You shall. Take pride in that, and rejoice to see your wish fulfilled. What wish? Come, and all shall be revealed. All this rage, this hatred, is but a consequence of ignorance. Our desires align more than you know. What are you? Uninvited guests join our reunion. It seems fortune no longer favors you. You think I've any interest in listening to your prattle, let alone bullying to your will? I'm no longer a child. My faith lies with those who have earned it. So these are the heroes who brought Hesperos low, even as power divine flowed through his veins. It's plain they are worthier subjects to contend with. Thank you. If you had shown up even a moment later, I shudder to think what would have become of me. There's something I must tell you. I know who's behind this. There's but one person who can hold thrall for familiar creation and keyword alike. And so there can be but one conclusion. La Brea was the driving force behind this chaos from the start. There is logic to that. There are few with the wherewithal to even consider experimentation on such a scale, let alone the capacity to create demigods from man and beast, with the rest of us none the wiser. Considering the magnitude of his work, with the convocation and the words, his relatively minor role as the chief key word comes under little scrutiny, even as it provides him with the authority to wield dangerous magics. It may serve as a veil and mantle both. Still, I find the notion hard to accept. The misdeeds perpetuated here could not have been done by La Brea. I know. You have met with him. Yes? Do you think he is capable of this? Hello?
likes experimenting, that's all I know. Let's tell you what I know.
Is he? So you believe Habrea to be a man of few scruples, if it brings his goals closer in reach?
That alone should be enough. But let me assure you, La Habrea holds nothing so dear as his own ambition.
While he may not be one to let emotions stand in the weight of his mission, I cannot believe there are no depths to which he would not stoop. Although we met but briefly, the impression he left on me stands in stark contrast to your evaluation. Though his methods are ever unorthodox, they seemed guided by a firm understanding of what is just.
There's one way to find out for certain. We delve deeper into Pandæmonium, pull back the curtains on this mystery ourselves.
A wise course. I will not deny the truth if I saw it with my own eyes, even if it was discomfiting to behold.
Then we must move forward with no excuse of caution. No excess of caution. La Habrea, or whomever is behind us, has likely spread their tentacles into every corner of Pandæmonium. We can safely assume the other key wards won't greet us with open arms.
Agreed. Let us make our way through Abyssos one careful step at a time. I shall stay by Erythonius' side, in case our enemies think to target him again. Could I trouble you to take the vanguard? Thank you. As a precaution, I shall safeguard you with a simple spell. This will ensure that even should we become separated, my phantom warriors will still come to your aid. If it does come to battle, the keyword's magics will put us at a disadvantage once again. Luckily, we have you to even the scale somewhat. I trust you should be liberal with your weight.
Photo Cup Bongo, cool. Who's tagging? Am I tagging? It's tagging. I'm making sure here. One be behind me. Throw him wide. What's that? Is he like retired? Yeah. Okay. like a normal raid to me. What? Ah, doing pushback memes. I'm actually not gonna give the shield anymore. I think I'm not. Yeah, what I'm doing is making the shield not pop. It's making the shield percentage too cost effective. I'll do what doesn't move this. Oh no. Normals? No, it's not normal stones. What is this? What is it? Right, so the sounds? Weird. That's a weird indicator. Sort of introduces a new indicator for like no reason. Alright, so it's investigated. You do it? Hey, you did it. Good job. So this is where research is conducted on creations imbued with poisons and venoms. Erecthonius and I were conveyed not far from here. It seems our foe is finding it more difficult to surprise us. Fortunately for you, since they appear particularly keen to see you dispatched as quickly as possible. Even alone, you are a force to be reckoned with. Part of me is glad you emerged victorious, that I might observe you further. There it is. There's the bread. Were the circumstances different, I might thank you for keeping my son alive for this long, but I believe we can forego introductions unless I have misread you. He senses his ether on me. This is so weird. A charming appellation, but I'm afraid I hold no such position. No, I am La Habrea of the Convocation of 14th. If you're truly who you claim to be, then answer this question. That can wait. What is this? Now, this is curious. The trap I wove at your feet reacts to ether, but you remain unaffected. Such thin ether in an unfamiliar composition besides. It is of no matter, I suppose. A more direct approach will beget the same results. I would advise you to think carefully before deciding your next action. Strike me down here, and Erecthonius' wish shall remain unfulfilled. Never again shall he meet Athena. Mother, you would dare hide behind her name? Listen well, Erecthonius. We are of the same mind concerning your mother. You have your allies for protection, so what harm is there in hearing me out? Erecthonius, wait! There's a question I must needs ask first. If you truly are La Brea, why speak such blatant lies? Bitter in defeat, are we? Say my name. A simple request. Themis, was it? A trifle soon forgotten, as are you. My answer. The La Brea that I knew took pride in the convocation and would never suffer its denigration. You sully his station with this farce. Sims, what are you saying? La Brea and I hardly saw eye to eye, but I know his voice when I hear it. Indeed, he makes a passing fine imitation in appearance and manner. However, the real La Brea will never call me by my name, Themis. What trouble have you gotten yourself into, Elidibus? Imposter, you have no right to claim that form, that mask. What? Who?
was a mask that sickened me to wear. The mask of La Habrea, a man who values his position above all, who would murder his own wife in pursuit of duty. Yet you would assume my name and wield powers that are mine by right. Any worth you may have hinges on that which you so despise. Such trite provocations, I will not be goaded into finishing this ere my work is done. Erithonius, listen well. I am Hephaestus. Hephaestus? Hephaestus? It is I whom you should call father. I am your father? No! What in the name of creation? We would do well not to stand idle while an enemy is about. I believe an explanation is in order. Elidibus, let us return to safety so you may provide it. That sounds more like the La Habrea I know. Before we depart, however, I must offer you an apology. As La Brea said, I am Elidibus, one of the convocation and emissary of their will. For reasons which do not involve you, it was necessary to hide my identity while investigating this place. Still, that hardly excuses my deception. Your perceptiveness does not surprise me. When the time comes, it shall make my explanation all the easier to understand. In any case, we have pressing matters to attend to. Let us do as the La Habrea suggested and return to the gates. Who can speak there? Please, help him. Save him. Well, Brad. As you are aware of by now, I am known as Elidibus. After my dear friend Azem and I detected irregularities in Pandæmonium, we decided the best course of action would be to hide my station as I conducted my investigation. I am sure La Brea, as well, is eager to find out why I hid who I was, so I shall save that story for later. First, I would like you to speak of you, my friend. Although neither Azem nor I ever met you in the flesh, you came with his highest recommendation. That alone was enough for me to accept you as an ally without question. That somewhere in the world, a guiding czar so familiar to himself was out there amused Azem to no end. There was not a shade of doubt in his heart that you would be a formidable ally. Furthermore, I have heard stories that Mistress Muna, who held the position of Azem previously, journeyed with a familiar much like yourself. That made the decision to trust you all the easier. She, too, now dons the white robes of an advisor, and if she placed her absolute faith in you, I knew I would be in capable hands. Aware, though, I was of the path you had walked, I had no interest in exposing you. I merely wanted to meet you, to travel by your side for a while. I may know but a small portion of your whole story, but that is enough for me to believe you would never lead me astray. I wanted to tell you that. Daddy issues. I don't know how long it's been since we last spoke, La Brea, and truth be told, I hoped we never would again. But I see now I was a fool to think I would ever escape your meddling. Just what is that thing that called himself
La Brea? And what is he the spitting image of your younger self? I find it hard to believe you've only just now found out such a being was wreaking havoc in Pandemonium. Did you think matters would simply sort themselves out? I suppose you deserve at least a cursory explanation. I was aware of the anomalies occurring within Pandemonium, including the fact that Azem and Elizabeth had taken upon themselves to investigate. I saw no reason to insert myself into the situation for a time, that was. Imagine my surprise when instead of a formal report from you and yours, I received the communications from one of the key words stating the research and operations were proceeding as usual. Well, Hephaestus' deception was almost childish in its simplicity. It became plain to me that your grasp on the situation was slipping. So you knew of its existence from the beginning? I can hardly imagine that you would suffer another to masquerade as one of the congregation. No, well, good reason at least. As you well know, the name La Brea is but a marker of my station. It is not the name I was born with. Hephaestus has claimed that for himself. I cannot fault him for it, as he is my other half, in a manner of speaking. He knows all that I know, my equal in every way, yet within his heart is naught but greed, envy, and desire, all the emotions that we are loath to acknowledge within ourselves. If what you say is true, what purpose would such a being serve? He is the product of an experimentation gone awry. A reminder of the days when I was yet young and reckless. I thought him sealed away for good, but it seems time has a way of unearthing the shame we bury. When he spoke of my mother, he looked at you with venom in his eyes, blamed you for her death. Tell me, was he right to do so? His words were but the ramblings of a tortured mind. The hatred and despair he endures has warped his view of the world irreparably. And now he has awakened. He must be put to rest. If he succeeds in breaching Pandemonium's protective words, he shall invite disaster into our star. As chief key ward of Pandemonium, it is my duty to decide the proper course of action. As such, I declare that all research shall be summarily abandoned and the facility destroyed. What? You would leave the other warders to their doom? Tis a choice befitting La Brea. Do you disagree? You speak of duty, and ours is to guide our star and its inhabitants upon the correct course. It is no surprise that you would choose annihilation of Pandemonium if its existence posed even the remotest risks to our people. Yet, as you can see by Erictonius' response, the decision is somewhat more nuanced than that. Azem and I grappled with this conundrum for some time, in fact. That is precisely why I chose to involve myself directly. It was the only way I could truly determine the best solution. And you need not trouble yourself with that further. The chief key ward must prevent the worst from occurring, no matter the cost. Your feelings, Elizabeth, are of no consequence. Have you ever even a moment to consider another path? No! You spared nary a thought for aught but yourself and your duty. You have no idea of the trials we've endured, the foes that Vobiscum has stood against. Vobiscum, is it? A being of such ether as I have ever seen. What are you? He's the guiding star that shall lead us safely through this. Thanks to his stout arm and steadfast courage, we have subdued the mythic creations and returned them to their cells. Speaking of which, I would hear your opinion, Vobiscum. As outsiders, we are in a unique position to look upon circumstances through our visions unclouded by attachment. He can't be trusted. I mean, stick to the plan here.
Agreed. We still know next to nothing about Hephaestus, and I highly doubt La Brea has been forthcoming with the truth. But we've managed to regain control as for Delos. Oh, as for Delos. He must be made to see that there's merit in continuing on this path. I have it. Speak in your official capacity as Elidibus the Emissary. Judge which approach is more sound, and even La Brea will be compelled to listen. As Elidibus, I am duty-bound to assess the matter from a position of impartiality. My opinion as them can carry no weight. You understand what that means, yes? I do. Even so, you've walked with us all this time, seen what we've seen. Based on that alone, I trust that you'll find the best way forward. Very well. Then in my capacity as emissary, I shall state my judgment. At present, there are merits both in destroying Pandæmonium outright and in taking time to rescue its researchers, and neither is yet an impossible task. Therefore, I just the most measured choice would be to continue upon our present course. We delve into abyssos, interring any mythical creations we encounter along the way. You have yet to witness Vobiscum's might and Erythonius' resolve. I would ask that you see our capabilities firsthand and only then decide if our endeavor is futile. If such is the will of the emissary, then I shall obey. However, if indeed I find your strength to be lacking, I trust there will be no objections to the immediate destruction of Pandæmonium. You needn't worry about that. We won't fail. You are bolder than I remember. You're even more tedious than I remember. Vobiscum, come find me when you're finished. Erythonius is understandably frustrated, but if we are to conquer Abyssos, we must go forth with clear heads. Pray lend an ear to his troubles that their weight might be lightened. Alberta? You do have my gratitude, ill-fit as I am to show at the moment. Without your words to sway him, La Brea would have carried out his plan without a second thought. When at first we realized the creation had slipped their bonds, the other key wards still owned their power to restore order. Even though they could have chosen to escape, they remained to aid their allies. I'm certain not a soul among them would wish to see this facility erased from the world. They don't deserve to be abandoned simply for carrying out their duty. And besides, Hephaestus has secrets yet untold, secrets that would be buried if Pandæmonium were reduced to rubble. I mean to uncover the truth behind his words, the truth of my mother. While La Brea was quick to dismiss his claims, I failed to see what Hephaestus could gain by fabricating such a story. While I was told of my mother's death was that she perished in an accident, no one would say more. It was almost as if they feared saying more, in fact. Even if it was not La Brea that dealt the fatal blow, we've seen with our own eyes how quickly he can condemn others to die. I only wish to know at last what befell her. What do you think, Vobiscum? Does the La Brea you know have any regard for the lives of others, or will he carry out his duty with another's blood on his hands?
I don't know, because from the quests we did in Shadowbringers, where there's a dungeon related to him quite predominantly. He's mostly a researcher. He was a tireless researcher. Not quite sure of his personality, because by the time we meet him in the Realm Reborn, he's already insane. So making any judgments for the future timeline is kind of pointless.
This age? Just how long has it been since last you met? Regardless, I'd like you to try to view him as he is now. Another opinion would be much appreciated. It is plain there is much to consider. Thank you, Vobskin. It's easy for me to get carried away by emotion where he's concerned. We should focus on the task at hand, proving to La Brea that we are capable of saving Pandæmonium and its keepers. The most convincing way to do that will be to regain control of Abyssals. Although I'm loath to admit it, he would know more about those depths than any of us, and seeing as how we require every advantage we can afford, would you speak to him for us? He seems to have a special interest in your capabilities, and may deign to help at your suggestion, if only to see what you can do.
Hi.
Arctonios appears to have a deep trust in you, and Elizabeth tells me you share some relation to Azem. Your unusual ether does not mark you as familiar. It is unlike anything I've ever seen. Even among the countless concepts I've observed, to think that I will encounter an existence I could not create by my own hand. Azem never ceases to surprise. Previous Azem was much the same, and taking the entirety of the star into consideration, she came to hold dear emotions and people that a more logical mind would have discarded. This made her act in her own self-interests more often than not. Just as you and Elizabeth had conducted yourselves in this manner, the true danger of Zem's nature is its tendency to infect all those he come into contact with.
But Silk said much of the same. Trust that I shall not do naught that would violate my duty.
And yet you so frivolously invoked your authority as emissary to justify this little excursion. It matters little, however. Only your deeds can speak for you now. You wish to know more of Abyssus, I take it. Although I no longer have control over many of its functions, I can yet sense what creations lie within.
The chief keywords reach is far indeed. Well then, what do we have to look forward to?
I sense no creations of note. Perhaps they have been made into fodder for experimentation. Or perhaps they have been transferred to the deeper circles. Yet Vistos will never allow you safe passage. He has left a trial for you to overcome. I speak of Hegmon, keyword of Abyssals. Although her presence is stained with marks of corruption, it is unmistakable. I knew her as a woman gifted in magic and blessed with a highly logical mind. I can sense those qualities within her still. There is something else at work.
If I had to hazard a guess, I would say that's because she's already been twisted into a Prometheus, doubtless against her will. Whoopskin, Themis, we must rescue her from that cruel fate. If we cannot, we can at least seal her away until we find a means to undo the damage.
Your allies make you bold, Erithonius. I very much look forward to seeing how far they carry you.
Ah, this one's hard. Good. No, it has to be, the direction has to mean something. Oh! Okay, I have to look at her. Okay, I got it. Let's just use the cooldowns now, since she's not going nuts with it. Yeah, okay, so it can't be that simple, can it? At the left? Still getting hit? Drop 4. I'm gonna guess this is an AoE? Yes. What is this? What's this mean? Okay. What does that mean? Oh, this is a dice mechanic? Let's see. How do you price out the control body once it's affected by this? What would you like take? Oh. It will like damage you? It's like force a. Yeah, okay, it will force a. That's a weird mechanic. Okay. To do the just spam every single heal possible. Or preemptively do it, I mean. This mechanic has to be harder than what it looks like, I feel like. I feel like it's too easy if it's just like a direction. Oh, I see. I thought. Skinny? What? Oh, okay. 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 We get the tiny little heals. Come on, tank. Dark 4. I don't have the Giga spell. I'm just gonna do this. Okay. Okay. 1 minute. 6. Yeah, I should pay attention to her body. That's kind of annoying. That's always my complaint playing Lava Fill. It always seems to be like the boss is always hovering somehow. Okay, so we'll do this, yes, correct. Very busy. This causes bleed, which is kind of annoying for us. Oh, I should. Can we cleanse this? We cannot. Okay. Okay. No, I can't do this. Hey. Okay, what is this mechanic? There's a crisscross, what I mean. Don't we step on the one that's... It's not that simple, is it? Oh, okay. Good. Hero exchange. 6. I don't see any mechanics. on the board. Nope. Even here. Is she casting anything? No? Okay. This soundtrack reminds me of, I don't know, anime games? Or the Tales? I don't know. Maybe not Tales? What is this move that she's doing? Is she charging up? Oh, okay. Follow towards, hang on. Yeah, it's the same thing, no? Oh, is she gonna start? Oh, she's gonna spin first. Okay. Oops. Oh! Oh, wow, she does the... Oh, if we get hit by that, we get screwed by it. Okay. Bro, it's nasty. Okay. So let's get a mana back. Oh god, dude. Can I? Oh, but she did the thing. Sweat my heels are not reaching that man. Okay, we're 19, so that's a long time. That mine's pretty long, so I don't mind. This is just a normal. Just gonna face this way. Have poison. Can I heal you or res you, sorry? That's not. Oh, okay. Fair enough. That wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad. Boy's getting better at it. No cutscene right afterwards? He's alive this time. Well, Brea can't deny us now. Sure, have more good. Great. Our plan was a success, although I hardly need to tell you that. Hegemon has been sealed away, and now you have no choice but to admit the merit in our methods. You'll have the right of it. I am not so petty as to deny the achievements of those I've squabbled with, no matter how strongly we disagree. Moreover, this being, ether as thin as retreating mist, unable to wield creation magics, yet powerful enough to subdue Amatheos, has made this ordeal far more interesting. Then we have leave to continue? As for that, there is one among you whose very presence puts the other at risks. It would be best to proceed without him, for failure will have consequences that reach far beyond Pandæmonium. And of whom do you speak? A warder who cannot even conduct his duty without aid.
In this place, hope alone is not enough to overcome what awaits you. A single misstep will send all to their doom.
Typical Asian dad.
So long as we each do our part and look to the allies by our side, even a neophyte can appraise his companions. That's something that Vopuscune and Demas taught me. While I do not wish to express any bias, I am inclined to agree. If my investigation has made anything clear, it is that we are together greater than the sum of our parts. And hope has brought us this far. It drives us to seek the right path and to act before that path lies closed to us.
Then tell me, what is it you hope for?
To see Hephaestus in chains, that's the surest way to prevent further sacrifices. I'm aware that destroying Pandæmonium would rid us of him, but the cost is far too great. And I admit, I wish to know how he means to resurrect Athena.
And there we have it. You must leave this place at once, and do not think to set foot in Pandæmonium again.
Well, we need our jailer.
You are capable, that much is plain, yet Hephaestus cannot be suffered to live. I shall not allow his talk of resurrection to poison mine or anyone else's mind. Life flows in a cycle. This is known. All souls return to the underworld, and Athena is no exception. She has likely found a new vessel and a new journey to embark on. You cannot be ignorant to the folly of Hephaestus' words. Even were he to breathe life into a body, the soul contained within would not be your mother's.
What if our knowledge is imperfect? What if Hephaestus has discovered something that no one else has? He knows all that you do, understands the bitter reality of the world. He wouldn't pursue the impossible.
Think, Erythonios. I have already explained that he is merely my twisted reflection. Is it worth bringing back your mother if it means others are used and discarded like tools?
Is it worth it to see her once more?
Now you measure the worth of my colleagues' lives? What was that foolish braying about saving them? Merely a performance to hide your childish devotion to your mother?
Please, such barbs will get us nowhere. We should first discuss... You would call me fool? You who murdered your wife in service of your ambition? For the sake of the star, no doubt.
I can hear it again, that voice inside my head. I know who to follow. Hephaestus, father, mother. Oh, I love you so, and this voice will guide me to you.
No, listen not. Listen not, Erythonios. Apologies. You taught me that a calm heart stays the course, but I could never even grasp the rudder.
Vaistos' cunning, despite his warped mind. Whatever took hold of Erithonios, it made short work of his reason. And the moment he laid eyes upon me, I could sense his hatred and rage simmering below the surface. It was but a matter of time until it spilled forth, and that was when he fell into the spell's embrace. Magic woven with such skill that Erithonios himself failed to notice until it was too late.
If this is the measure of Hephaestus' power, then the other keywords had little chance to resist it. We saw his working during our encounter with Hesperos. Doubtless, Hephaestus' magics fed his admiration and envy until there was room for naught else in his heart. And there was something else besides. Did you not feel the presence of another? As I thought, someone was trying to warn Erithonios, but whom? Could it have been one of the key wards?
Alas, their warning arrived too late. I had already provoked Erithonios past the point of no return. I bear the burden for this failure. In my stubbornness, I could but scorn the boy, and Hephaestus knew that. Now I dread to think of the ordeal that awaits him due to my rashness.
There is time yet to save him. We can easily regain control of Abyssos, giving us a firm foothold from which to brave Pandæmonium's lowest level. The enemy's within reach. Just as with Hesperos, Erithonios is in danger of being consumed by Hephaestus' spell. However, I have faith that he will not easily lose sight of himself. The way forward is clear. La Brea, pray tell us all you know of what we shall find beyond the Abyssos. I can only assume one more key word lies in wait.
The deepest level of Pandæmonium is called Tartarus, and your passage shall be challenged not only by a key word. Hephaestus has laid traps in every corner of its halls. You have no hope of surviving past the threshold.
That I expect is where Vobiskun shall shine. Is a dissolute ether shall allow him to slip through the traps unimpeded. We saw it when Hephaestus had no effect. And doubtless, even if he has yet to devise a countermeasure.
And time is of the essence. Hephaestus is already well aware that you can match a key word in battle. You will not send idle who sure passes other defenses at your leisure.
Agreed. However, clarity will be indispensable to our success, and I'm afraid I must insist upon it ere we depart. We have yet to discern to what end Hephaestus would use Erithonios. If you know, I will ask that you enlighten us. And then there's the matter of Athena. Why do you so fiercely rebuke Erithonios' feeling for his mother? Well, I understand the very thought of resurrecting the dead is anathema. You act as if grief over her passing should be equally so. How are we to grapple with what plagues our friend and drives our foe if you refuse to acknowledge it?
I do acknowledge it. I wish only to spare those that feel it still greater pain. How dare you? No, you are right. The blame for Erithonius' fate rests squarely on my shoulders. Very well, I shall lay bare the truth, but only after the foe before us has been laid low. The remaining keyword is Odysseus. She has served in Pandæmonium since its inception, and her affinity for magic is peerless, even among the keywords. Hephaestus knows that losing her would mean the end of his experiments. He has hidden her in a space unreachable by conventional means. Your presence makes mockery of such barriers. The scarcity of the ether means it will be trivial to send you directly to Odysseus.
We shall approach as closely as caution will allow. We know where the battle will commence, so I do not anticipate difficulty in detecting your presence. From afar, I shall do my best to provide you with ground on which to fight and band my allies to aid you. As for the interment, I have yet to think of a foolproof method.
Interment shall not be necessary. From here I can sense Odysseus' essence, but it's scarcely recognizable. Hephaestus is more ambitious with her than he was with Hecate. She has been transfigured such that barely a scantling of herself remains. We can but take comfort in what a mercy the underworld will be to her.
Trees? Nani? Oh my god, not the evil tree. Oh god, just... He's fat. Okay, what are we doing? Do Hades stuff or slamming? See stuff. Is that 4? No, it's 4 to me. Same mechanic or no? No? Okay. Do all this? We're slipping. We're slipping. Do I want to be on this? Yes. Okay. I'm up. Oh god. Oh, what have I done? I'm alone. Trolls in there. This certainly does make life a lot harder. Isn't this forward? Lines in. Where we go? This way. Okay. Show off to a back from a backflip up. Just in time. Let's go. What this move is.
Bleeding, oh no! Forbidden fruit, oh no! Is it this one? Don't stand up. Got it. Are they gonna charge? They look like they're gonna charge. Nope. Got it. They can't be the same type of life forms, can they? So that goes that way, that goes that way. Oh. Ah! Ready? Ah! Sneakies. Yeah, okay. It's similar to Heidelman's ability. It means as the non-essentials. Yeah, that. You're not gonna run their healer? What? Alright. Let's just say Elise, right? Let's see, into this. Oh, that guy died. I'm DPS sick, don't make me heal you. Also, how do you guys die? Bunch of rats. Like that. This boss was huge. It was like on the entrance. Oh, makes sense. Let's see. Teleport me back. The moment Agdistius was slain, the flow of ether and Pandæmonium focused keenly on this location, creating a tunnel of sorts through which we could quickly convey ourselves. It was almost as if we were ushered here. This base was created with care and concealed with powerful wards. Only a key ward would have been able to detect it, and even then with great difficulty. Ergo... Well... If only I could restore Tartaros to order, but I'm afraid this is the most I can manage with such power as remains to me. It's been too long, Master La Brea. Likewise, Keyword Agdistius.
I should not be surprised you were able to break free of Hephaestus' spells, even diminished as you were.
Just not an easy task, even with your aid. His curses dig into one's heart, creating a storm of emotions that is all too easy to become lost in. Only by chance did a fragment of myself remain, illuminating path through the madness. And thus am I able to appear before you now. Even when my body was powerless to resist Hephaestus' commands, some small part of my logical mind stood alone in defiance. It even managed to speak to the outside world. The report! That was you! Doubtless you recognized my voice from the many times I've called out to you. The hope that those pleas would not fall on deaf ears was all that kept me from succumbing to hopelessness. And I have a greater purpose here than simply saying my farewells. There is something you must know, that the tragedies of the past do not repeat in the present. Forgive me for what I am about to do, Master La Brea, but the story must be told. This is the only way to understand Hephaestus' fixation on Erichthonius. No longer can you hide your heart away. Hephaestus? No, the mask marks him at La Brea. Master La Brea brought an end to Lady Athena's life and sealed away a part of his memories and emotions with Hephaestus. These are my recollections of the moments following. And you truly have no intention of revealing the truth to Erichthonius? My lesser half is now buried where none can find it. It would be wise to do the same with our memory of this day. Blood should not sway the spirit so, but Athena's teachings have warped the boy. I fear he would see our star burn to keep his mother safe. Erichthonius believes that he feels love, but he is shackled by dependence. He cannot bear the truth. His dependence makes it all the more important to be open with him. He will seek answers about his mother's loss, which shall inevitably lead him to you. Are you willing to accept the blame to Athena's death? Are you willing to accept your son's hatred? If that is what comes to pass, then so be it. Better to be burdened with hatred than the knowledge that Athena thought his body and soul mere tools, to be used and discarded. Even were I to tell him what his mother plotted, he would ever seek reasons to believe that the true fault lies with him, me, or with him. Should he merely hate me, he will remain unfettered by doubt, free to serve the star far from his parents' shadow. Erichthonius loved his mother more than life itself, and yet what a dreadful truth you borne all this time. Such is La Brea's nature. Every action, every word a solution to life's great dilemmas, none to spare for his own. What I have revealed to you is but a small portion of a larger picture. I shall leave it to La Brea to paint the rest for you, and for Erichthonius, I hope. Thank you. I get this. I always admired you, you know?
What choice did I have when you sacrificed so much to guide our star to the heavens? Hephaestus has doubtless sensed that his final keyword has fallen. We should return to the surface before he moves to strike us here. If we are to face him, we must be prepared to bring our full strength to bear.
Thank you for teleporting me.
Odysseus was ever a bold woman, even in her final moments, that she would unearth the secrets of my past for all to look upon. Still full glad am I that she faced you as her last opponent. I could think of none more worthy to send her soul off to the other side. The vision you saw told the story far more eloquently than I ever could. Athena was consumed by her research, was willing to sacrifice her own child if it hastened her progress. She did not offer him a position here out of a sense of love or pride. It was merely because she knew he would be the most pliable test subject.
I see now why you hid the truth from him. I cannot say with certainty that Erythonius could handle the weight of such betrayal after holding his mother on a pedestal for so long.
Unfortunately, it seems not even her death has ensured his safety. Hephaestus has taken up Athena's research and succeeded in creating Hemetheloi. I know not what his ultimate end is, but 'tis plain it is connected with the resurrection of Athena.
The knowledge alone is sufficient to direct our next course of action. As for the rest of your story, we shall hear it after we have returned Erythonius to safety, in accordance with Odysseus' last wish.
Very well.
I can at least assure you that finding him shall prove relatively simple now that Hephaestus can no longer bend the Pandæmonium to his will.
There is but one place left for him to find refuge. The black heart of Tartaros, where Athena built her testing compound.
We can assume that Hephaestus will offer fierce resistance. I must focus my every effort on securing a safe means of approach. Labrea, I would ask that you assume the duty of summoning Vobiscum's Phantom Warriors.
I have no objections. My ability to fight within Tartaros would be greatly diminished in any case. However, I wish to deal the final blow to Hephaestus myself. There is no need to dirty your hands with such a deed.
I take it then that you have no intent to seal him away as before.
The presence I felt when I encountered Hephaestus bore little resemblance to the entity I created. By his own hand, he has become something far more wicked, and the same magics that once shackled him may very well shatter before the power he wields. On my pride as a researcher, I am loath to repeat the same mistake twice. I will not see these events play out again, and so he must be extinguished.
Well then, I shall open the way forward. Then we finish this together. Yum, 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 yum. Enter the other circle, sure.
Ericthonios is mine,
Voice acting.
heart and soul. And with your death, none will be left to stop me.
His voice is a lot gruffer than I thought. Whoa. Perfect imperfection. So he's a normal guy, is what you're saying. That is not a good title.
Rest eternal in the dark depths of this prison.
We have a tank, bro. I forgot to set up all. It's okay. I always forget to set up. Yeah. Oh, we don't get that ability? Sad.
From fulgent flame my servants rise. Out of my sight!
Yeah, sure. Anyway.
Leave naught but ash in your wake.
Forge.
Let sink sorrow into your heart. A fitting death.
Is that a summon?
Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
Snake?
You are prey to be consumed.
What is that? Bro. Bro, what is that? Hey, stop.
Perish in flame's embrace.
So repeat mechanic? Okay.
Go forth and sate your boundless hunger.
And got it.
From fulgent flame my servants rise.
Outside. Temple outside.
Out of my sight! I shall see my wish fulfilled. You will know my rage.
Is there a third hop? Nope, there's no third hop. Okay.
from bone.
No idea what just happened. Oh, okay.
Leave naught but ash in your wake.
Unfortunately, this is inside.
I'm tired of this farce. Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
It was like a upbeat version of his dungeon music. Bit of like a electric guitar background. His dungeon music is pretty chill. It's like a jazz theme.
The chains of events that led to this moment began with my error. When out of mercy I confined you here. Now I break it and leave no trace of you behind. This is not over. I see you will not go peacefully. Even a cast-off would uphold his pride, though such an impulse must speak to an overwhelming arrogance of my other half. The name of Hephaestus shall grow to eclipse yours. None shall remember the deed of La Habrea once I fulfill Athena's ambition and bring Erechthonios' dream to life. Speak as you care wit for the boy. Why then do you cower behind him? There are some desires which must not be realized. Athena will see the world destroyed if it meant she could find hers in the ruins. As for Erechthonios, he knows not what his wish would beget, a truth which you have hidden from him. Do you truly believe a father's role is to deceive and manipulate?
I mean,
My wish? You'll claim the name of Hephaestus and call yourself his father, yet you bind his mind and body in dark chains. Your words and your pride ring hollow.
Athena wanted her son by her side, and he desires to return there. What wickedness is there in mending a broken family?
Athena cared not for Erechthonios beyond how he could serve her ends. You claim to be acting in his interest, but 'tis plain you are no different. As I usher Athena to her end, I vowed that my sole mission in life would be to guide this star true. In service to that vow, I silenced the whispers of my heart. I cannot nurture a son whilst an entire world looked to me for guidance. For that choice, I bear the responsibility. Yet he is still my son, and I'll not suffer you to seduce him with a false hope. You are naught but the bitter drags of Athena and I, the very worst of us. Mother, no. Then who? How do I... I hear you. I owe you and Themis an apology. Athena, did you ever? And La Brea, I will have my say.
Oh, his mind was mine.
I can't explain. Lopez's words reached me through the haze. They rang loud and clear. As did the words of another, in a voice much like yours, but resounding with truth.
How? When did you master these bonds?
Oh, we've endured much worse.
You worthless! You! Ah!
It appears my failures have borne fruit after all. You did well, son. With Hephaestus' essence contained in this crystal, we may safely return to Arachthonius above. Now he could bind Hephaestus with only half his senses intact. We quite understand his adaptness. In the art of interment, it was hardly what I had in mind, but a feat deserving of praise nonetheless. I feel no trace of Hephaestus' poison in your mind, and for a blessing it appears your body is none the worse for wear.
I made my way here as soon as I could. I no longer sense Hephaestus, and the force assailing Pandæmonion's barriers has ceased. Are we rid of him for good and all? I see, despite his muddled senses, Erythonius felt that the seal Hephaestus away was the proper course. It wasn't so noble as that. I only knew something had to be done, so I acted. La Brea, was that how you dealt with Hephaestus in the past?
Indeed, he was not but the part of my memory and soul that I had cut away. A mass of ether without a material vessel. Storing his essence within a crystal was the most logical choice.
On that matter, I believe the time has come for you to share the rest of your tale of Hephaestus' creation and Athena's end. I heard your words, but only vaguely, as if from under the surface of a deep pool. My mother wished to use me? I would hear the whole truth. I want to know what happened here and what drove Athena to act as she did. I'm ready.
Athena's brilliance has shown us all. Even the other members of the Words of La Brea were as children in comparison. So dedicated to research was she that it was not unheard of her for her to forget meals or even sleep. Her mind was ever grasping for knowledge and was in this endless search that she became obsessed with uncovering the secrets of life. You see, while we can conceive life in various forms, the means of creating a soul are beyond our ken. Similarly, though, we can enhance and alter our physical vessels. We have ever been bound to them. Athena's purpose was to shatter these limitations.
Such limitations as we were not meant to surpass, she sought to enter the realm of the gods. Scarce few have the ability to comprehend what such a task entails, let alone the courage to attempt it. For most, the thought will be an idle fancy, considered once and then discarded. Not so for Athena.
As leader of the Words of La Brea, I spoke with her often about transcending our being. From an academic perspective, the challenge has plagued countless researchers through the ages. It was during these musings that I began to formulate a theory, a means by which a person could meld with a creation. The weakness of one would be mitigated by the strength of the other, and the results could be something greater than we have ever imagined. Although it was but a theory, Athena insisted I develop it further. Curious about every detail along the way, our conversations became more frequent, and our platonic relationship grew into something much more.
I take it I was born not soon after.
Just so, I believed she bore true affection for me. I was blind to her hidden intentions. When Pandæmonium was built and she requested to lead the researchers, I saw no reason to deny her. Even setting aside our relationship, her accomplishment as a scholar made her the obvious choice. However, in giving her Pandæmonium, I also gave her free rein to conduct whatsoever experiments she could devise.
And when you found out what she was doing, you killed her?
I made haste to Pandæmonium the moment I learned of these hidden chambers. I left Agadistius to keep watch from Tartaros vestibule as I ventured deeper, knowing not what would await me. As for what occurred next, 'tis best to see with our own eyes.
Is that me?
You are well aware that out of respect for our neighbors in Elpis, the researchers Pandæmonium are not to be masked.
Yet you stand before me with your face covered. What petty defiance is this? But indeed, so quick you are to rebuke me, though you yourself have not set foot in these halls since their inception.
must have known you could not conceal this from myself and Agathistius forever. As well you know that I cannot allow it to continue. I shall say this but once. Release Erechthonios, else I shall have no choice but to strike you down.
I would meet my end at the hands of none other. However, ere my time has come, I will have you know the why of it.
Then you will not desist.
Once you understand what has driven me this far, you shall see that stopping was never an option.
Feelings of one weigh little against the needs of the entire star.
Of course, of that I'm well aware, but you did not deign to descend from your lofty heights simply to lecture me as you would a child. You have an interest in my motivations, what possessed Athena, peerless researcher and mother to the son of the great Lahabrea, to embark upon the path to her downfall. History would demand an answer, but it is you who deserves one. Give me your hand, Lahabrea. Oh. We shall know one another more deeply than ever before.
Impossible. You bonded your souls? Aye. But the boundaries between us would cease to be. She offered me everything to be understood. Found myself unable to refuse. At that moment, my mind was a storm of questions, yet one roared the loudest. Did Athena ever truly love me?
I'm become thee, memory and mind.
I, thee. Never does in a while.
Can you feel it?
My heart, all that I am. It's as if it were my own. Endless desire to dissect the mysteries of life, to transcend our mortal flesh and bleed into a higher plane of existence. An unquenchable thirst for knowledge, not a single thought spared for another, for the star. She never loved you.
How disappointing. Yet what is known cannot be unknown. You have beheld my life's work. Try as you might to excise the memory, the seed of desire remains, and when it takes root, you too shall be consumed by the selfsame fervor.
I will dig it out. I will dispense with the corruption in my soul ere your rotten insight spreads. 'Twas my weakness that let this wickedness fester, but never again. Today I cast aside fickle emotion and abide in duty alone. Today I renounce all that I was and live only as Lahabrea.
Oh. Splitting your personality up and then going in the same format, right?
Thus did I forsake the part of myself that had been polluted by Athena, sealing it within the crystal. Nor did I think I would be one day face those memories made flesh.
Forgive my bluntness, but your actions bordered on insanity. To go to such lengths to escape your memories, you nearly rewrote your very existence.
Rest assured, the change did not go unnoticed by our colleagues in the convocation. Igorm and him itself in particular made plain the suspicions they harbored.
As well they should have. That you escaped of your life was nothing short of a miracle. Why didn't you destroy the crystal then and there? Did you think to one day make use of knowledge it contained?
I'll not deny such considerations played into my decisions, but my main motivation was fear. I never attempted such a feat before. The crystal was my sole recourse should something go awry with the remainder of my soul. In hindsight, to cling to it was a mistake born of doubt. Athena must have anticipated that we'd resort to such measures and prepared a vessel beforehand that would accept the dregs of my soul. I still doubtless believe he was performing his duty as a husband and father should, yet in truth he was but a puppet being pulled and to and fro by Athena's desires. His goal was not to raise himself high, he sought only to seeing his dear Athena again, that she might finish what she began. For all that, he and I were alike. We yet shared a fatal flaw, you see. Our need for control blinded us to other perspectives.
Well, I was enthralled to Hephaestus. You called out to me. What say you now? Does La Brea speak true? I just want to know one thing. Did you truly believe that hiding the truth was best for me? Even knowing how I felt about my mother? The La Brea I know had a fatal flaw, after all. I'm still not convinced.
I have said all that I can say. Now it is for you to choose to believe me or not.
The La Brea I know holds duty above all else. I would sooner prostrate myself before an erupt volcano than place my fickle emotions in his path. When you return to the surface, you'll doubtless don the mask once more. So, before we climb out of this forsaken pit, I suppose I should say... Thank you, Hephaestus. I've heard enough. There is more I would yet discuss, but we should first return to Pandæmonium's gates. I'll gather my thoughts on the way.
I owe you an apology, Vobiscum. It was due to my own inexperience that Hephaestus was so easily able to take hold of my mind. I also owe you thanks. If you and Themis hadn't chosen to brave the chaos occurring in Pandæmonium, then I would have never known La Habrea's story, my father's story. It was a tale I too was fascinated to hear. I very much look forward to speaking with Azem upon my return. I cannot help but wonder how much of this he foresaw. I'm afraid I cannot allow that, Elidibus. So long as you retain control of Pandæmonium, there is work to be done. But, of course, I shall first free the remaining warders and restore this place to its former glory. Using the facilities in Tartaros, we should be able to reverse the changes made to their bodies and minds. I shall stay behind to oversee the process. That is well, but I must yet learn why I was considered the key to Hephaestus' experiments, and how he intended to revive Athena. Such questions are best left unanswered. In fact, I forbid the pursuit of that knowledge. The boundary between man and creation shall never again be crossed. As I intend to destroy the crystal containing Hephaestus' essence, that this mistake never again repeats. I see no reason to gainsay your judgment. There is yet the matter of your crystal, however. Truth be told, I had not considered its origin until I saw the one containing Hephaestus either. I was struck by how wholly different they were. There is another? While imbuing a crystal with memories is a simple process, storing a message, a warning even, would be something altogether more complex. This also means there's someone besides the present company, and Azem was aware of the plot unfolding within Pandæmonium. And why would they not make themselves known even now? No threats remain. Perhaps it was one of the other wards. We shall question them after they are freed. That task may take some time, a resource I'd rather not steal more from you. Return at your leisure, and we'll share our results then. You've done more than enough for the time being. I am of the same mind. Leave the loose ends to us and continue upon your journey. Or, if you are so inclined, take a much-needed repose. This talk of journeys smacks of Azem. As well it should. He has pledged to keep moving until he has seen every corner of the world. If you do find yourself with a spare moment, you might bring that crystal of yours to La Habrea. He may be able to offer a further insight. Until then, my friend. Why, if it isn't Vobiscum? Excuse me if I'm not my usual chipper self, but we have not been without our difficulties in your absence. You see, communications with the airship Professor Claudian commissioned for his research was lost some time ago. Now we have quite lost track of where he might be. And to make matters worse, Nemjiji has just sent word of an unusually large amount of energy coming from somewhere within the Ethereal Sea. I was just on my way to the ITS scope. In fact, please, you must come with me. He was looking for it in there. Nani? What is that? Is it real? Why is it that whenever danger visits the world, you are never far behind? Hi.
And you too, Professor Claudian's assistants, I take it? As you arrived before, I take it you're involved in this. I would thank you to furnish me with an explanation. Oh, got daddy involved. While the research summary you submitted to the forum gave us no cause for concern, these details are alarming.
The professor's last message indicated he was on his way to Asisla, but we know not whether he has ever reached his destination.
A rash endeavor, even for Claudian, but he has ever allowed the thrill of discovery to cloud his better judgment. We have no recourse but entreat Ishgar's aid in searching for him. As for that unsightly fortress which materialized in the ethereal sea, Pandæmonium was it? It cannot be left alone. For the time being, information regarding this matter must be strictly controlled so as to minimize panic. We will gather those with knowledge of the ethereal sea and continue monitoring it for further irregularities. You two, submit a detailed report to the forum at once. At present, we have far more questions than answers. Nevertheless, I would ask for your assistance at such a time that our investigation has concluded. Very good. Now, if you will excuse me, I must apprise the forum of what has occurred here.
Just when we need him the most, Professor Claudian remains unaccounted for. He even brought the crystal with him. We are left with scarce few straws to grasp at. While I'm but a lowly assistant, even I can see that our two current problems are likely related. The symbiotic phenomenon may be responsible for both. Conversely, I see now that my unexperienced imagination failed to do Pandæmonium's pitiless spires justice. I can only wonder if the facility itself traversed the ages. Did the creations within do the same? What of the key wards? The answers to these questions shall come in time, I'm sure. For now, I must do as Master Fortuno asked and write that report. As for you, Bobskun, pray get what rest your responsibilities will allow. When next we call upon you, I wager we shall need you in prime condition.
Why is there two?
Bobskun, may I have a moment? If you would be so inclined, I would very much like to hear the story of your battles in Abyssios and Tartaros. I've no difficulty producing reports for the forum with a general summation of events. I could use your help with the finer details. For the record, you know. For the record, you say? Come now, be honest and admit it to sate your own curiosity. I've seen the tomes you've left scattered about the laboratory, bestiaries of creatures both real and imagined. I will not, and I dare say should not, deny an intellectual stake in the matter. But surely Vobus can understand that a thorough recounting will help Professor Claudian's research as well. And now then, whenever you're ready. Fascinating. As you say, the savage creation you encounter in Abyssos bears more than a few similarities to the carbuncle. Could it be that the arcane entities we now know had their origins in ancient times? Just as curious was your story of the key wards who would melded with the Tree of Legend. Where do the limits of Emetheos' creation process lie, I wonder? And how do such creatures even survive once melded?
As expected, you cannot help yourself but from asking ever more questions. What purpose would such knowledge serve?
Oh, Vuznog, one day you too shall develop the keen instincts of a researcher. Then you shall understand that it is impossible not to wonder once the spark of imagination has been struck. Bubscoon stories have already set several theories stirring in my mind, and I feel even more bubbling just under the surface. Take Hephaestus, for example. It would not be a great leap to assume that he studied at length the regenerative and death-defying properties of the phoenix, and that is just the tip of the proverbial iceberg.
You're free to exercise your imagination all you like, but need I remind you these reports are meant to be submitted to Master Fortune himself? I implore you to exercise restraint.
Professor Claudian would have encouraged me, you know? He thrives on theories and imagination, but I don't understand your point, or is not odd. If I dismiss such a report to Master Fortune, I would soon thereafter be forced to write a formal apology. That very well may be. An academic does not achieve the station he has without a curiosity as deep as the ethereal sea itself. Now I should set ink to paper and let the wonder of the theory guide my hand. Within reason, of course. Yet I cannot help but dream even bigger. Ever bigger. There are no bounds to what the mind can imagine. If there are, let us both strive to find them, Bobuskin.
I see. Eater of Souls.
Bobuskin, I had a feeling you would arrive soon. Urgent tidings always seem to carry you in their wake, after all. Master Fortune recently sent word regarding his investigation. It seems he's uncovered information regarding Master Claudian's whereabouts and the sudden appearance of Pandæmonium in the ethereal sea. It would do well to meet with him at once. If you have no objection, I ask that you proceed to the ITS scope forthwith. I shall make the necessary arrangements and join you shortly.
Get me to the... I thank you for answering my summons with haste. Let us forego formalities and jump straight to the heart of the matter. Namely, the whereabouts of Professor Claudian, who has not been seen since his ill-advised journey to Azizla. A subsequent expedition discovered an airship in the vicinity of the Aetherial Chemical Research Facility. Although the vessel clearly belonged to the professor, he was nowhere to be found. There were signs that someone, perhaps the man himself, had forced their way into the facility, so this trail was duly followed. However, the trail led nowhere, in the most literal sense. It was almost as if an entire sector of the facility has been wrested from existence. Further investigation confirmed the expedition's party's suspicions. Nigh on an entire sector of Azizla has been teleported elsewhere.
Teleported to where?
We believe that its destination was none other than the ethereal sea. Here were its elegant facilities reconstituted as the halls of Pandæmonium, to great success as you can see.
So that means Professor Claudian is in there? In that monstrous fortress?
That is our leading theory. We are certain enough, at least, to risk sending you into its steps in search of the missing man. Yet, before we do, there is another pressing matter. While Pandæmonium may appear firmly sealed, an unknown entity was recently spied crawling forth from its gates. We observed its behavior with an ideoscope, and to our horror witnessed it gorging upon the surrounding ether like a ravenous beast.
What? It must be stopped! The ethereal sea harbors the souls of the departed. 'Tis the wellspring from which all creatures are born. If its flow were disturbed, life itself might cease to be.
Precisely. Safety must be our first priority. Rid us of this menace, Vobiscun. Then we will be at liberty to investigate what wicked machinations are afoot. This memory crystal was recovered from Claudian's airship. Take it with you. It may yet provide some insight into the enigma of Pandæmonium.
Without them, there'll be no army of phantom warriors. I realize you are more than capable in combat. Are you certain you'll be alright? He isn't? Why, of course, I should have known someone of your talents would master even the ancient arcane arts. Apologies for my failure of imagination. Once we are freed of the looming specter of Pandæmonium, you must promise to share your knowledge, for the sake of thorough reports, of course. In the meanwhile, I shall focus my efforts on providing you with what information and support I can.
I shall gather researchers from the confluence to construct a means to convey you to your destination. The rest is in your hands.
That white circle.
Oh, forgot. It's been a while since I had access to the high level moves.
Death brings me no peace. Such is my fate. My strength is without equal. Flames take you. My every breath is laced with magics.
It's my turn.
I find you. you! This shouldn't kill you! Another fleeting diversion.
Always more killing to be done, and I'm always happy to oblige. Make it fun for me, eh? The first drops are always the sweetest.
Okay.
I've had enough of you. Get my time back.
Green, you're gonna melt them all?
Seems more complicated as DPS. You know, just cruising on a OT here. Okay. Boss seems deceptively simple. At least they run out of ideas or something.
Disturbed once again.
Sounds like that.
Crumble and die. I find you. Entertain me, my darlings.
Oh, okay. It's a simple enough. It's even dodgeable by eye, though.
Flames take you.
It's not like this. Nothing to mix up here, to be honest. Spread.
I find you.
Oh, okay. It's like,
This
I mean,
shouldn't kill you.
its core is the prison thing? Oh.
Impressive work, Robeskin. The memories are... The memories of your tenacity were not embellished in the slightest. Ah, this is Athena. Do not be alarmed. A proper introduction shall set your mind at ease. I am Athena, chief keyword of Pandæmonium, wife to Lahabrea and mother to Erithonius, and it is I who made Pandæmonium anew in the underworld. In a manner of speaking, I am the source of all your recent troubles. I must say, I do not imagine I will meet you in this age. A slight miscalculation, but perhaps a fortunate one, for your deeds in the past have left quite an impression on me. I understand you have reasons to be wary, but I assure you there is no need. I know not what Lahabrea has told you about of me, but all that I have done out of sincere scientific curiosity. That appetite yet remains, even after my rebirth. Conflict is the furthest thing from my mind, and I ask that you at least hear me out before brandishing your weapon.
All these are good questions to ask. Yeah, Colin sort of caused this, in a way.
Claudian. Ah, you must be referring to the man who set foot in Azizla. He is now indispensable to my work. Worry not, for I treat all my tools with care, especially those with which I grasp godhood. You are as stubborn as Lahabrea, I see. Although I speak in earnest, you refuse to hear the meaning of my words. Perhaps you would be better served by a different teacher. Luckily, you already possess the tools I require to make one for you. Yes, that crystal teems with memories. Memories of two souls you know quite well. Brea and Erithonius. I shall stitch them into the fabric of two errant souls, that, with their help, you may come to see clearly.
Did she just banab them here?
You, how? Where are we? Surely these two have much to tell you of me, and I would have you listen. Perhaps then you shall better understand me, my desire for godhood. There is another, but their soul has proven difficult to work with. However, with these memories, I may very well manage to weave together something presentable. You have a place in my plans. I do hope that in time you come to realize that cooperation is the best path forward.
Lahabrea?
I have little understanding of where we are, yet somehow I'm unsurprised to find you here. At present, I have more questions than answers. Perhaps you can help me address this inequity. Is there somewhere we can speak without fear of interruption?
Aye.
Referencing the knot? Gordian knot? I don't know how long it's been, Robiskun, but it's good as ever to see your face. Would that it were under more conventional circumstances? Just where are we, and what events have led to this unexpected reunion? Well... Yes, I remember you telling us about this memory crystal. To think that it contained our memories? This is a lot to take in, not least of all the fact that you hail from the future. I searched for you after a time, but could find no trace. Now I know why. Our age had its share of surprises if my memories are to be believed. The supposed world-ending final days came upon us, yet here we are in a future where you, at least, exist. Do we overcome the despair that befalls us? Do we find a way to live on? It's complicated. But he knows. He's smart. Questions without simple answers, it seems. Let us take heart that life endured in some form. As but memories, we may never have the luxury of the larger picture. Regardless, now that it has come to pass, this future must be protected from Athena's scheming. Let this conviction guide our every action. Agreed, but as memories given fleeting form, we are bereft of any physical or magical talents. We cannot aid Voskun in battle. Nay, Athena meant us to speak and nothing more. But though we may be fools, we need not be slaves to her whims. We will tear ourselves from her grasp and shatter her ambitions. I must wonder how she knew of our history of Voskun. Likely she possessed some means by which to observe events within Pandæmonium, while they were occurring or after the fact. Regardless, her knowledge far exceeds our own, a shortcoming we must remedy at once. We would do well to learn more of the Pandæmonium now dominating the landscape of souls. Voskun's colleagues will doubtless prove to be of value in that respect.
You must take a reward. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Refueling? Him dog. Awakens. My dear companions hesitate to approach. We may be unusual visitors, but time is of the essence. Bring them here.
Although you may be but a confluence of memory, it is an honor to meet the personages I've only read of in Robescoon's report. As a researcher, this is beyond exciting, but I admit to no small measure of fear as well.
I know what you mean. I can scarcely stop my legs from shaking. We're powerless to do aught but speak. I see no reason why you should be afraid.
It isn't my life I fear for. I only fear that I might have had the chance to ask you all the questions now burning a hole in my mind. We stand between two of the ancients who hold priceless knowledge beyond the ken of any of our peers. But what purpose does fear serve if not to be confronted and conquered? To that end, we shall share with you our records. Perhaps together we can find the thread which will lead us out of safely out of this conundrum.
Information shall be our most precious resource, for that is the only weapon we can wield in these forms. Our memories are at your complete disposal. We can start with Athena, whose thirst for discovery will see all life consumed.
Her desires haven't changed. Still, she seeks to transcend her mortal existence so that she might unravel the mysteries of life. She would become a god.
A nebulous concept, but Athena had her own ideas on what divinity detailed. In her mind, a god can create souls at will. Thus she chose the underworld, or the ethereal sea as it is known in this age, as the staging ground for her final experiments. Here lies a practically bottomless well of ether.
Even if it means stemming the flow of life itself, she intends to continue her work. She thinks of nothing else. We caught a glimpse of Athena as we came into this world. Her smile, her voice. They were just as I remember. Without even realizing it, I found myself feeling an affection for her.
But don't look at me like I've gone mad. I'm not asking you to join her side. I know the true Ergothonios never want that, but these emotions remain in memory of nowhere else. We shall remain here to compile what information we can. We must infiltrate Pandæmonium and seek out Athena. I would ask that you leave the memory crystal with us. It may hold secrets which have yet to be unveiled.
All that's left is to cross that menacing threshold. Shall we take a closer look?
I have one question for you. Does the word Orsight mean aught to you?
Orsight? Why yes, there are a few records of its existence. It mainly makes appearances in the Legends of Evilus and in tales concerning the Asian Laha. Well, in tales concerning an entity known as an Asian, this personage is associated with black Orsight known as the Heart of Sabik, a source of considerable power.
I see. So time has not buried it.
Well, that was ominous. From the outside, Pandæmonium looks no different than it does in the past. However, there is no guarantee that the inside will be familiar. You would do well to secure the area near the entrance first. Once it has been cleared of threats, Labrea and I can approach, and we shall begin our exploration of the interior.
Portal shall convey you to Pandæmonium's gates. I hardly need to tell you to keep your weapon at the ready. I knew you would come. Really? Now that's interesting. I never lost faith that we would meet again. I told you as much, did I not? I understand you may be confused. I was, too, at first. You see, I am not the true Themis. I was made by Athena, molded from one of the many souls at her disposal. I am only an illusion built from memory, no more real than La Habrea or Redactonius. Even so, I believe I have a grasp on the situation. This is the distant future. A future where Athena lives once more, although the means of her rebirth are yet beyond me. You are here to stop her. Have I the right of it so far? Very good. I will be disappointed if you did not rise to her challenge. Although I'm very sorry to say that I cannot aid you, my greeter has tempered with my essence, and I'm oddly inclined to act in her interests. I can do naught but offer you words of warning. We will fight, and it cannot be avoided. There is no need for that pained expression. Remember, I am but an illusion, nothing worth shedding tears over.
This will make things awkward.
I thank you for the sentiment, but I'm afraid that it's quite impossible. Athena's grip on my mind is unyielding. Still, I will ask that you listen carefully to the advice I offer you now. Athena has prepared a new vessel to replace Erectonios, so that she may become a god. By gathering the souls readily available in the Sea of Ether, she tempers her own essence. Yet the souls are faint, diffuse. She doubts whether they are sufficient for her goal, so she has turned her gaze to you. Despite your thin ether, you managed to lay Hephaestus low, and Athena will know the secret of your strength. To that end, she has prepared an experiment for her observation. Fight for your life against Athena's creation, and in doing so, give her the knowledge she desires. We are in trouble. What's happening?
Athena has made her move. We must find a way to reach her, or all is lost.
We can do little but hope for Vopuscoon's success. Pandæmonium, once a mass of lifeless stone, now imbued with a soul. Athena has grown much since her death at La Habrea's hand. Although the souls she creates are imperfect, they act with absolute obedience. I know you shall cut your way through this monster, as you have so many others, then you shall come before me. Do not hesitate to do what you must, for that is the only way to stop Athena.
Yo.
This is gonna be our chill music. Okay.
I am Pandæmonium.
He said the thing.
From countless failures have I wrought miracles. Into soulless vessels I breathe life. You will go no further.
Okay, we got a weird
Like a
platform.
spider, I spin my web.
Use okay.
This prison offers no escape.
Melt them off. You can't do that.
I mustn't disappoint Lady Athena.
Circles. Oh no. I didn't mean to do that.
Stay where you are. Wet like unto chains. A tangled morsel, awaiting death.
Not sure what's going on. This might be a bad idea. Over.
All paths lead back to me. I offer a glimpse of Lady Athena's power. Stay where you are. A tangled morsel,
does nothing.
All paths lead back to me.
I don't need to run all the way out, right?
These bars are unbreakable.
Time to go. The man knew the setup. Sitting his fat butt on us. Help him out.
I am Pandæmonium, and these cells are mine.
Oh, this one. Oop. Is the eyeball moving? Oh, come there.
Stay where you are.
Oh, this was down.
Bear yourselves to me.
I got it. Hell in hell. Yeah. Is it damage? Oh, a lot of damage.
Your punishment shall be unending.
Well, I was not there was no like sign for that. What was gonna
For
happen?
Athena. For Mother.
Went for the hard dodge. Did not work out for us.
I'll give you special cells.
Just halt everybody back.
Your soul screams.
This is the inners. See, but that's okay. Don't care about that.
Wet like unto chains.
What, did he die again? I thought she was the summoner.
These bars are unbreakable. Stay where you are.
She fell down. She did.
Wet like unto chains.
Oh, we're. Oh, okay. Oh, this is kind of awkward. That's how the mechanic works?
All paths lead back to me.
Yes, indeed.
For Athena. For Mother.
There we go.
That was a beautiful display, as always. I stand enchanted by your grace in battle. Obiscum, is that? Pandemonium's final gate has been cast wide. I shall await your arrival beyond. Apologies for not coming sooner. This space is enveloped by some fell energy and couldn't risk venturing through it before taking due precautions. Were my eyes mistaken? Was that Themis? Tell us what you know. We must consider our next course of action carefully. Well, to have anticipated this, if she bore witness to past events within Pandemonium, Athena would have found the little business impossible to overlook. Few possess such a talent for magics, to say naught of the emissary's discerning judgment. And so she found a soul upon the tides of the ethereal sea, used its memories to craft a puppet that would serve her whims. But is what Themis said true? She imbued Pandemonium itself with a soul? Breathe life into that which should never live. Athena's research is fast approaching its culmination. Fortunately, with the information shared with us by your friends, we've made some strides towards figuring out how to stop her. A crystal called the Heart of Sabik may be the key. Gonna melt tomorrow? Researchers related a quick but thorough history of events leading to the present. The sundering of the star, the emergence of the Asians, and the calamities that they brought to bear upon the realm. Tales that under other circumstances we would have considered childish fantasy, but not for a name that rang true to La Habrea's memories. Heart of Sabik, to you the secret of the Ultima weapon's might, not least the spell known as Ultima, and a source of enduring mystery. We are told that a general from the Garlean army was gifted this aura sight by an Asian, that the Ultima weapon might be perfected. The identity of this shadowy benefactor, however, remains a curious unknown. You seem to be a veritable trove of uncommon knowledge. Is there aught you are withholding?
Might as well just tell him. Just tell him.
Very well. At present, the heart of Sabik itself is of greater...
Wait, what?
is of greater moment.
Okay.
It is a creation of Athena's, made during her time with the words of La Habrea.
Really?
This predates even Pandemonium's construction. She brought before us a crystal she claimed to have chanced upon, saying it contained immense power. She dubbed it Aurasight, studying it with a fervor unusual even for her. The eventual fruit of her labor efforts was a Stygian crystal unlike aught we have ever seen. Heart of Sabik.
Yeah?
an unexpectedly specific question. I gather that the heart of Sabik is not the only ore site in this era. Regardless, I know not of this high seraph. Athena was never forthcoming as to how she found the crystal, but we came to suspect it was not of our star. Much later, we discovered that the ore site magnifies the desires of those who come into contact with it. This would do much to explain Athena's actions following her recovery of the crystal. Alas, this realization came too late. By the time I moved to seal the ore site and its insidious influence away, Athena's plot had already been laid.
So what became of the heart of Sabik?
I took it from Athena's laboratory after I ended her life. The density of the ether within was unlike anything I've had observed. I knew its capacity for destruction, but further analysis proved impossible. I elected to safeguard it myself. It's impossible that Athena herself obscured the crystal's contents. Even were her memory stored within, I would have remained in ignorance. If she included some mechanism by which to give these memories form as she did with our own.
She'll be reborn.
Ironic, I should have protected those very memories in the name of safeguarding the star. Fate is loath to see mistakes go unpunished. I've told you all I know of Athena and the many secrets she kept hidden from the world. If she indeed stored her memories within the heart of Sabik, we must ask ourselves how they all were awakened in this age. When was the crystal last sighted? Based on the information your colleagues provided, I presume the same. If an Ascian was present during your defeat of the ultimate weapon, there stands to reason that recovered the heart. The selfsame Ascian was later struck down at a location known as the Etherochemical Research Facility.
Oh, so the researcher, he was looking for the crystal he was looking for is actually the heart of Sabik. And when he found the heart of Sabik, it like synergized with like his desire to know the truth, and then Athena was reborn, and it teleported a part of the Etherochemical Research Facility into the underworld, which is known as the Ethereal Sea. Bro.
I heard that name, and recently, the site of Professor Claudian's disappearance.
Indeed, he was tracing an ethereal signature resembling that of the memory crystal in his possession, a signature that may well have belonged to the heart of Sabik, in which case it is no coincidence that Athena's awakening followed.
But what reason would he have to bring her back to life? Was his mind not his own?
Yet more questions without answers. Although Athena's essence is that of memory, her magics have not suffered for lack of a physical body. As the world is now, it should not be possible, but she must have found a suitable vessel.
There's tons of vessels in that place.
If Elizabeth is to believe, she readies this vessel for godhood and is perilously close to success. I beggars believe, as you well know, you were the linchpin to her ambitions. Yours is the only form that can contain the immense power Athena required, and it has long since turned to dust.
As pleasant as this discussion is, we require more information if we're to unravel this mystery. You know who awaits you, Obscune. Bemis. I feel you won't find him so cooperative as we're accustomed to.
We know not how vast the space beyond these gates may be, but somewhere within lurks Athena, with Elizabeth leashed at her side.
This may be a simplistic theory, but hear me out. If Themis arose from his memories intact, he will be eager to see reason. We need only break the magics that bind him to regain our old ally.
When I had fallen under Hephaestus' influence, you didn't stop trying until I was freed. I will ask that you do the same for Themis. Though none of us are real in the conventional sense, I feel it must be done. Themis would never have wished to be your enemy. While Erchthonius' perspective is a sentimental one, Olympus may possess privileged knowledge. To question him unimpeded by magics would be ideal. Like Odysseus broke free of her bonds in her final moments, suggesting that Athena's hold weakens under the weight of combat. You might use the same principle to unshackle Olympus' mind. Remember that our very nature is fragile. Even if he inhabits a vessel with which to meet you in battle, I'm certain it is not meant to endure. If left weakened for too long, his ether may dissipate back into the ethereal sea. But best act quickly.
I should be more diligent in remembering the mechanics, because they're probably going to repeat somehow in the final flight. Oh, the two still here? Oh, hi. Shiny? Why is it so shiny?
I suppose I have Athena to thank for this incarnation.
The voice is up in that
I
place.
have long considered how I might stand against you, I admit. In transformation, I present to you my truth. I am Elidibus. My heart quivers in anticipation. Will light embrace or darkness consume?
Okay, got it. That easy, huh? Got it. There. No? Okay, all good. Pressing buttons. One going.
Submit to the emissary's judgment!
Go.
The balance must needs be maintained.
Alright. Oh god.
Will you be judged worthy to exist?
Oh, okay. I must have had like a buff or debuff or something. I wasn't looking at it. That's fair.
These magics are not for you to wield.
Bro. Cool fight. Everybody you to a life fairly short balance to average second. Great, go.
Will light embrace or darkness consume? Will you be judged worthy to exist?
Great, got it.
Now to take your measure.
Oh god. Had the worst scoot ever. Oh god, I should have done it. I fell off. That was the saddest circle of all time.
Power from beyond!
Oh god. You get your ass back in there!
I am the emissary, and I shall never die. Now to take your measure.
Is this the inside or outside one? Oh, it's definitely outside.
These magics are not for you to wield.
Piece of shit.
Will you be judged worthy to exist?
Do it!
Now to take your measure. For victory!
Is that stab grenades?
Warriors forged in my own image. These magics are not for you to wield. Power from beyond!
We got one cast off there. Nice. This is not the best class for me to blind into.
Embrace or darkness consume. For victory.
The fog has lifted. I knew that Athena's magics magnified the desires of their victims at the expense of aught else, but I never guessed what desire of mine she could exploit. The moment we met, I have made plain my interest in you, my desire to understand your nature. I suppose that curiosity extended to how each of us would fare in a match of strength. What is this? Free. Then I am no longer needed.
Don't you dare hit us with the line.
Do not look so crestfallen, my friend. These few moments of clarity are more than I could ever have asked for.
Stay sitting, you.
This warmth, your ether. You grasped the fraying strands of my being and tied them together with your own. Nevertheless, I fear I am here on borrowed time. I only hope I can see you through the last of our battles. Until then, I will cherish every moment. I am Elidibus, the emissary. As such, it falls upon me to judge Athena, who would disrupt our carefully maintained balance to fulfill her own desires. I swear I shall not waver in this duty. Let us return to Erechthonius La Brea. There is much I would share with you before we embark upon our final ascent.
It's not descent anymore, it's ascent. We're not going down?
Themis, it's good to see you. I knew Vobis-kun would guide you to our side once again. I'm grateful he had the patience to tolerate my lapse of manners. Athena's hold upon me is broken. I pledge every moment of my remaining time to seeing that she answers for her deeds. Very good. To that end, I would have you share what you know of her plan. Of course. As I mentioned, Athena possesses a vessel that may serve in the creation of a god. It is someone Vobiscum knows well, a man by the name of Claudian. By a twist of fate, his body proved to be ideal for Athena's purpose. The creation of a person requires not just body, soul, or memory, but rather all three. We are made from the memories of our ancient counterparts, etched upon drifting souls and given form through the infusion of ether. We lack a physical body, yet you can see and feel us all the same. Athena is different. She has carved her memories into Claudian's soul, while it was still within its body, and thus made both her own. But even she is prone to error. After the Sundering, beings became more fragile in both body and soul, and this difference prevents Athena from realizing the full extent of her desires. So that's why she has turned her sights towards Vobiscum. His uncommon strength rivals even the mightiest of our age. By scrutinizing his feats in battle, Athena aims to deduce the secrets of Vobiscum's prowess and use it to fortify her own vessel. Only then would the combination of her research be at hand.
We need not hasten to the man's destruction. Athena can inscribe herself upon another soul, but she cannot erase its will. If we awaken Claudian's spirit to the reality of his bondage, he might be compelled to wrest his body from Athena's clutches.
We still don't know why she chose Claudian. What makes him more suited than anyone else? Although I have never spoken to Claudian, I did witness an incident that may prove revelatory. When instructing the vessel to do her bidding, she called it by a familiar name, Rectonius. What? Why would she?
It is as I thought. Alice, you may have just handed us the key to rescue Claudian.
What must we do?
First and foremost, we must confront Athena. She must be made vulnerable, as Elidibus was. Yet our opponent stands on the verge of godhood. As we are now, she will unmake us in an instant. Vobiscum, we have no choice but to place the burden of our fate and the fate of many more besides squarely upon your shoulders. I trust you have no objections.
Though we know not what form Athena will take, I have faith that your skill will see us through this trial, as it has many times before. And we all appreciate Vobiscum's willingness to fling himself at the unknown. However, we have yet to hear how this will liberate Claudian.
I have a plan. Do not trouble yourself over the details. The same goes for you, Vobiscum. You must focus the entirety of your attention on Athena. She will not be easily bested, even by one of your prowess.
Then let us trust in La Brea and prepare for the battle to come. Before we face Athena, I must know. If she had never discovered the Aura side, and never fallen under its influence, would she have lived a normal life? Would she have been a mother to me?
I've asked myself the same questions. Questions with no answers, I fear.
But let us put them out of our mind. There is something we must discuss, and I will do so not as Allah Brea, but as a father to his son.
You have done well to reach the seat of godhood. Now, bear your souls to me.
I forgot about something. Sorry. Give me a second.
Show me your all, that I might become divinity manifest.
That's a very gimped opening. Oh well, fucking order.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, that was a double. Yeah. Oh, it's a big one for the arcade track. All right, I'm into it.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
So I'm gonna do it. Oops. This is wrong. I don't know this right.
These chains are forged from the fabric of creation.
What? Okay. Already buffed it up, and that was done. Going does not care. What is that wrong? That is not. I'm super bad.
Shine brilliant for me!
I thought. Those were just like donuts, not full screen. Oh. That guy went off. Okay. Whatever, I got one. Move off. Don't care anymore.
I give voice.
That's annoying.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Get out. Okay. Are you good, man? Really?
This is but a glimpse of a god's strength. You hold such power as you would never wield.
See you again.
Seven hells to the pinnacle of the heavens.
You're not this high, Seraph.
Fall!
Can't forget anything?
Such a singularly resolute soul. Whose chains are forged from the fabric of creation. Shine brilliant for me! You cannot escape my eternal gaze. Today, my theory shall be proven as fact.
Can you stop doing this? It's messing up the timing of Brotherhood.
These chains are forged from the fabric of creation. Silent vessel, I give voice. Shine brilliant for me.
Why is that important, though? I can't show. I feel like he limit break it at an odd time.
Today, my theory shall be proven as fact.
not sure about that look. Bunny girl.
Countless years I waited within that stifling crystal, and now when my dream is finally within reach, you stand in my way. Your dream is naught but selfish ambition. Its fulfillment would benefit only you. And why, Athena? At the end of this road to godhood, what did you hope to find? It matters not. The fact remains that she walked against the interests of the star. Even so, I would hear her answer. I would know why my mother cast us aside. How unlike you, Erechthonius. You were never so inquisitive before. Having struck upon the hypothesis, there is but one thing the wise woman desires. Irrefutable proof. My theory was that any true God would see us as we are, imperfect. She would hammer out our flaws and build something greater. To prove this could not but benefit the star, I would give it the perfect stalwart, that it might shine brighter than ever. And you would destroy the lives already upon it. In that, I am no different from our peers. Over the course of aeons, how many creations have we wrought? Such creatures cannot but usher their inferior predecessors into oblivion. Even without our meddling, nature would take the self-same course. If the destination is the same, is it somehow worse to arrive there by the guidance of a god? I think not. Your side made such thoughts irresistible, perhaps, but it cannot have created them from whole cloth. This is Athena's truth. What right have you to pass judgment? You were but a vessel for my masterwork. Your purpose ends there. My only mistake was leaving you possessed of a soul. What are you saying? Poor Erechthonius, always the last to arrive at the obvious conclusion. I gave birth to you for a single reason, that you might serve as my tool. And, like any tool, I crafted you to suit my needs, that you might accept my essence when the time came. Of course, I also made you more amenable to my demands and ensured that you would feel a glowing affection for your dear mother. However, it seems that my tinkering was insufficient. My very feelings were of your design? created a boy unable to grasp even the simplest magic, hopelessly clinging to his mother's robes, unable to do otherwise. I was doomed from the start.
Yet here you are, standing in defiance of her design. You are more than what she made you.
I still feel the sting of it, but with pain comes clarity. You ill deserve to wear the mantle of a god.
As stubborn as you are witless, if this star will not be mine, then it serves no purpose.
Ultima? She's just gonna do it? Alright, where is that black oversight?
She aims to obliterate the Theo's sea and stem the flow of life.
She will do no such thing.
Before the battle, La Habrea told me I was the key to finishing this. Though I am but an illusion, my soul has crossed aeons to find its home in another, one whose body Athena has seen fit to purloin as her own. Much of what I once was now resides in him. Should my memory seize this chance to follow suit, they may resound enough to wake his mind.
Athena inhabits him still. What will become of you?
I don't know, but if I can rouse his soul, perhaps it'll disrupt Athena's hold. It's the best chance we have. My whole life others have looked down upon me, but I've never given up searching for my purpose. Now I've found it.
The decision is yours to make, and yours alone. Do as you will, my son. I know you shall make me proud.
Earthonians, do not dare. No, stop this.
The words hold sway over me no longer. My life is my own. And I have found my true family.
What's gonna happen to the Ultima?
What's happening? Athena's magic should be inputted with no body to fuel them.
Precisely. Athena was the sole force holding space around Pandæmonium together, and now it crumbles. Although little could change if we were buried here, we cannot let this be Vobiscum's final resting place.
All my miscalculations, to think that you would be my undoing, that you would even be capable of defining me. Ah, is there more you would say to me? Or have you decided to return to your dear mother's bosom? Have you brought Claudian back to me? Apologies, but I'm only the dregs of your own memory. I can do naught but watch as the evil you've wrought collapses, bearing you under its weight.
How disappointing, truly useless to the last. And who made me that way? Though Erythonios is not but a collection of memories, I know his absence pains you. That he acted with resolve, full aware of the potential consequences. Let us look back on this moment not with sorrow, but with pride. You both are the heroes of the day. Athena's ambitions would have swallowed the world had you not stemmed their advance. We shall stay here, both to look over Professor Claudian and ensure that are no further disturbances in the ethereal sea. You should rest, and I will not take no for an answer.
It seems we can do naught but wait. Perhaps we might discuss a matter which has been troubling me. While your colleagues, Nemgigi was enlightening us on the historical events which led to this era, she let slip the name of one of the Asians, La Brea. Although she knew of the figure only from her research, she was most insistent that there is no evidence connecting the Asian to myself. Yet I am aware that this La Brea used the heart of Sabik to sow chaos throughout your world, and I'll be a fool to deny such strong connections between us. You are the only one present who has met the Asian in question, so I would ask you directly, are he and I one and the same? Is my fate to work in the shadows and bring about untold destruction? I see. If you say it is so, then there is no reason to disbelieve it. These Asians, or Paragons, I'm told, were ruthless in their schemes to rejoin the sundered worlds. I've heard but a small number of their deeds, and still I find it difficult to comprehend the depths to which they were willing to sink. To choose a path of evil, all for the sake of the star. I admit 'tis a decision I would make under the right circumstances. Although the ages may take their toll, my devotion to my duty will never waver. Paying no heed to what might be lost, I will treat the heart of Sabik as a mere tool for my own ends. Never caring to look beyond the surface, I will unleash forces that I fail to truly comprehend, and remain blissfully ignorant of my hypocrisy all the while.
Hello, Ericthonius. It appears Claudian has awakened. Bobskin, I have some faint memories of what transpired. You stood against Athena and won. And you were there too. La Brea, Everthonia's memories of you dwell within me still. Through unyielding discipline, you hoped to forge a son equal to yourself, but the crucible you placed him in left scars which were loath to heal. Yet you were never motivated by selfishness. All you did was in the service of your duty. At the least, I will hear no more, so you may possess Erithonius' memories. You are not him. In rebirth, you have become someone else entirely, and you belong to this age. As such, I am your enemy, and an enemy does not deserve sympathy. Of course, I will never condone the actions of an Ascian, but you are not him. You are La Brea of the Convocation. You spared no effort in saving us from Athena's machinations. For that you deserve the utmost praise, and my personal thanks. If you insist on deceiving yourself, then so be it. My stance remains unchanged. The most difficult of your trials is behind you, but you may find that Pandæmonium has yet to relinquish the last of its secrets. Among them is the identity of Hephaestus' liberator, who sets the very first wheels in motion. There is but one place to find these answers: the past. However, I must insist that you keep silent about Athena's fate. While I doubt it would change the decisions I make, you should not tender us information we could not uncover ourselves. Now that I've set my peace, I shall follow in my son's footsteps. These odious memories will fade to nothing. I was always their fate. Farewell. My time too draws near, but I believe I can stay long enough to see this matter through. We should journey to the past to seek out the truth of La Brea's words, yes? While Themis himself may have been there to see this encounter, I have the unique opportunity to hear your perspective on the matter. That is, of course, if you will share it with me. I look forward to it. I shall take it the ethereal sea one final time as I await your return. Taken. Lowbred? Lowbred, are you seriously all the way at the...
At the end.
Lowbred?
There he is.
Obiscum, truth be told, I thought you would have little reason to ever visit this place again. It seems I was wrong. How neatly you obfuscate your motivations. Do as you will, then.
He has gone through the trouble to visit us, so I hardly think curtness is in order. We brave Pandemonium together, why not at least share with him our progress? I've relinquished control of Pandemonium to La Brea. I was never meant to hold it for long, and now such authority resides in rightful hands. With La Brea's help, we have poured through Athena's research into the Hemathioi. With this, were we able to restore Hegemona's mind and body? Yet there's still much work to be done, damage to repair, keywords to replace. The tasks are too many to count. But although the path may be long, our progress is steady. I believe we can safely say that Pandemonium will soon function as it did before.
Indeed, but before we reach that point, however, there are some matters which must be put to rest. One concerns Pandemonium itself, and another is a personal matter. Until they are settled, I cannot move forward. It shall not take long. A lack of resolve caused me to delay, but I have chosen my course.
These concerns must be weighty indeed. Do you intend to share your burden with us?
If you would bear witness, then come. Your arrivals at this moment almost beggars belief. I shall not ask you to leave. I simply ask that you do not interfere, no matter what may happen. Stay here. This will be over soon.
Why did you call me here, Master Labrea? There's still much to be done if the warders are to be freed.
You have served within Pandemonium since Athena's time, have you not? That makes you the most senior key ward. Now Acadistius is gone. As such, you deserve to know a secret few others are privileged to hear. One concerning myself. Separating Hephaestus from myself required removing part of my soul. Necessary sacrifice, but one which came at no small cost to my natural talents. I am but a shadow of the man I was at the time of my appointment as La Brea. I could never hope to wield the same magics that Hephaestus used to bind the warders' minds, that alone break their shackles.
The tone of defeat does not befit your voice, Master Labrea. Do not give in to despair.
There is no despair, only truth. I do not confide in you to garner cheap sympathy. Hephaestus left behind fascinating research. His conclusion was that in order to transform a vessel into a Hempatheos, absolute control over their mind was essential. As you well know, the magics used to achieve such dominion exploited strong emotions within their victims' hearts. In the case of Hesperos and Odysseus, their respect for me. Upon slipping his bonds, Hephaestus took steps to throw Pandemonium into chaos. With their attentions divided, Keyword and Warder alike were easy targets. But there was an act that came before. Regardless of Hephaestus' prowess, he could not have won freedom on his own. For long days and nights I pondered who might have released him. I could only conclude that Athena's plans were set in motion long, long ago, when she claimed the mind of one of her admirers. Agamemnon, none would question your pride in your position, your devotion to Pandemonium. But you do not believe I am the one fit to lead it, do you? Your loyalty lies not with my vision for Pandemonium, but Athena's.
Master La Brea, whatever has spurred this sudden accusation, I assure you there is a proper explanation. What are you doing, La Brea?
Do not approach! As I've already stated, even should I detect Athena's tinkering, I am currently powerless to dispel it. And so I have come to a decision, one which was made with the best interest of our star in mind. In order to build a better future, I require the strength I have lost. I must embrace these odious memories. Mark well this sight, engrave it upon your very soul. You now bear witness to the true La Brea.
I cannot imagine this was an easy choice, but it is done. Is she alive?
Yes, and she shall remember this lesson well.
Athena's puppet no longer, I see.
She may yet harbor ill will toward me, and that is a risk I am willing to take. A star requires a steady hand to guide it, and now mine is equal to the task. I can no longer allow Pandemonium to divert my focus. Agamemnon, I would ask that you serve me anew. There is none other more suited to overseeing this prison. None other who will take such pride in their duty.
My loyalty to Athena led me to betray you once before. Why would you allow me to keep the position of key ward?
I require your talents, as I require Hephaestus's. The past is of no consequence.
Very well. In honor of our fallen colleagues, I shall restore this institution to its former glory. La Brea is himself once more.
wields his authority without hesitation, and thinks not twice once his judgment has sounded. Yet he is different from Athena. He thinks only for the betterment of the star. So long as duty guides his actions, he shall not share her fate. And should his convictions ever waver, the emissary will set him back on the proper course. Good. If this is the path he chose to walk, then I will walk it with him. I will allow our bond to fray no further. As his son, I will support him in the days ahead.
I will not ask you to say the same, Vobus-kun. You and I stand on peaks separated by vast chasms. Our perspectives shall never align. Never shall one give way to the other, for such is our nature. With that in mind, let us consider any debts between us to be void. Before you leave here, mark well these words. My resolve shall weather loss unfathomable and yield before no obstacle. Walk your path with the same conviction.
There you are, Vobus-kun. While you were away, Themis brought me up to speed on all that happened while I was held prisoner. The story shone a light upon any number of questions that were niggling at my conscience, namely those concerning the ethereal signature emanating from Law. Doubtless the source was Athena reaching out as far as she could from her prison, ever grasping for someone to take Erythronius' place, grasping for the body his soul resides in. I wanted to ask, when you first found the crystal, were you unable to hear the memories stored within? Indeed, it was only after our research was well underway that I could hearken to its whispers. Contact with the crystal should have awakened the memories, but the passage of time likely changed Erythronius' soul in subtle ways. Perhaps the theory of resonance was a gradual process in this case. However, being attuned to Erythronius has exposed you to Athena's voice as well. Doubtless the choice to venture forth into this law was not your own. It was Athena's influence working through you. I do recall being strangely fixated on acting alone. I never should have encouraged such recklessness usually. Although the choice is not entirely my own, I'm still ashamed of my actions. Reflection is how we plant the seeds of growth, although we must not blame ourselves for events out of our control. That the voice in the crystal belonged to the person from which your soul originated, well, not even the most brilliant researcher could come to that conclusion. Your reassurances mean more than you know, thank you. Now, one final matter. It concerns the very crystal whose discovery set this adventure in motion. Perhaps, sparked by recent events, a new light began to shine from within its depths. From my experience, this may indicate that a new memory has floated to the surface, eager to be observed. For some time, the question of why La Brea and Erythronius would leave such a crystal behind in the first place has lingered in the back of my mind. With Erythronius' memories and such magical talents at my disposal, I believe I can make this final memory manifest for us all to behold. Shall we witness it together? Leave this memory for you, the future of our star. The final days have come, and the creation magics we have so relied upon now hastens our downfall. But despair has not yet won out. La Brea and the others of the Convocation are working to stem the chaos which threatens to engulf our star. The plan requires great sacrifice. Elidibus Themis has already offered to give his life for our salvation. Yet there is another problem which must be dealt with. Pandæmonium, wherein are confined our most vicious creations. Even should we survive the final days, it will take time to restore order. If Pandæmonium's cells were breached and their prisoners set upon the star, our hard-won peace would be obliterated in an instant. Someone must stay behind to ensure that never happens. With Themis and La Brea otherwise indisposed, that responsibility falls to me. And that is why I must defy the directive of the Convocation. My soul will not be offered to manifest the will of the star, but instead consigned to eternal vigil. I know that in doing so, the final days may take me. I may not live to see my duty upheld. That's why I've resolved to set this crystal adrift in the tides of the underworld. It contains memories of Pandæmonium from both my father and I, and shall bear this warning to the future even if I cannot. I'm imbuing this crystal with magics that will attract it to my essence. Even shall I journey through the underworld and be born anew, this message will reach me. Pandæmonium shall not be left unattended. If all else fails, then perhaps another man like my dear friend will come along, one with an almost unnatural ability to pick up the scent of trouble. I wonder where he is now. How many souls has he saved? How many beasts has he slain since last we met? Alongside my warning, this memory shall carry a wish. Obus-kun, may we meet again. Now listen well. If anyone receives this message, you must come to Pandæmonium. Please make haste. I repeat.
Well, that dispels the last of my doubts. Thank you for humoring me, and now we come to this.
It survived. It's a lot bigger than I thought. You should put that somewhere nobody can find it.
Yes, the heart of Sabik. The tie that bound Athena's memories to my body, no doubt. When I regained my senses, I found it on my person. Now it appears your efforts have left it bereft of memories. No trace remains of Athena. However, its power as oversight yet remains. It might prove to be a valuable trove of knowledge in the hands of the right researcher. I feel that fate has left it with me for a reason. I should take my leave, but on behalf of my colleagues, nay, the entire star, I thank you both for putting an end to Athena's wickedness.
I see. Then Hephaestus' story has been laid bare.
That voice does not match this face.
Because, I don't know, because that was supposed to be like Arbert's version of Elidibus back on the first when he was taking control of the body, which like makes sense, you know, of that body. But then it's just used his voice like this.
As has the nature of our mysterious crystal. The questions which led us into Pandemonium are answered, and soon order shall be restored. I too can fade away, unburdened by regret. I could not have reached this point without you, friend. So many revelations. But there are more, if you would dig a little deeper. Elidibus's soul was plucked from the ethereal sea, and from it I was wrought. Surely you have a passing interest in what I remember, in what I feel. You deserve what answers I can provide. While my memories of Pandemonium are clear, all else is hazy at best. Perhaps Athena made me this way, or perhaps it is the result of who or what I was before. Still, I can recall vague figures, scenes from my future and your past. At the Crystal Tower's peak, we clash. And later, from that self-same spire, I send you forth into our age, into Elpis. Why do I decide on such a course? Formless as these images are, I cannot say. However, I can hazard a guess. Somewhere within my fragmented memories, I catch a glimpse of our journey into Pandemonium. A glimpse which shows not the path we took or the destination where it led us, yet by its very presence demands that you are required in Elpis. And even if that act is but one link in the chain of events which ends in Atheris' salvation.
Not in your salvation, though. Or your people's, I'm afraid.
Then this all has meaning. Our time together, every moment, is worthwhile.
Complaints aside, very happy this is voice acted.
And I am unburdened by regret. That said, it is possible my motivations become something else entirely. That you would cross this vast expanse in the hopes of being reunited with your allies. A devotion that once would have baffled me. But after having been to the depths of that twisted prison and back, I think I can understand. Now, I have pulled back the curtain as far as I dare. The people of your age call this the Ethereal Sea, a name I quite enjoy, for it teems with life, each star a soul on its journey. And among these uncountable stars, it was yours that crossed my path. For that, I shall be forever grateful. I wish you well on your journey. A journey as long as your star is bright. A journey not bound by the confines of this world or any other.
I can't believe they're
They're doing it twice. They're double milking his death. He'd better not say the rains have ceased.
How fascinating. The truths that dwell at the edge of sleep.
What is this, Final Fantasy X?
The course of history is set by its victors. It is immutable, and yet... Should this star continue upon its path, look. The light.
See you in the next one, buddy. Hey. Welcome back, Brookskin. I hope you said farewell to Themis for me. Recent events have given me not only a new focus for my research, but also insights into my own origins. Truly, 'tis a gift I could never hope to repay. As the library has said, I am not a Rythonianist, yet I bear a part of him inside me. I shall do what I can to follow the traces he has left behind in the present day. A spark has been struck in my mind. I'm ready to pursue my research with fervor, like the likes of which I have not had since my youth. Doubtless, I shall have need of you in the days and moons ahead. When the time comes, I only hope that you will once again lend me your sound counsel. Until then, may you fare well. Awesome jail. Great job. Thanks. Go. What? Yeah, we still got a report, right? Oh, what happened to Vojino? Vojino came here. I was like, guys, there's some big problems you're causing. I'm surprised he doesn't make a entrance at the end of the quest. It's good. Sure, sure. We're not done, are we? Nope. Oh, you're a bad influence. You're a bad influence.
Vobiscum, welcome back. Are you perchance here to see Cryle? I'm given to understand she has a task for which she desires your assistance.
Yep, that's why I'm here, for Kron.
Then I shall fetch her at once. Pray wait a moment. Vobiscum, my thanks for coming. If you're now available, I'd like you and Raha to assist me in the task I had mentioned. For you to call on Vobiscum, I assume the task in question is somewhat more exciting than sorting through paperwork, which I'm pleased to add I have finished. So if Vobiscum is ready, then so am I. Our venture to the bounty has only served to whet my appetite for field work. Not to oversell things, but I suspect you won't be disappointed. Ere I divulge the details, however, permit me to provide some background. As you know, our organization, the Students of Odessian, was founded by my grandfather Kaluf. Our stated mission was to uncover the mysteries of Hytla and interpret her will, particularly through the study of her gift to us. We've since learned the whole truth, and it might be said that we've fulfilled our mission, but our work is far from over. In the course of our endeavors, we've also sought to devise countermeasures against threats that come to light. Our involvement with the Warring Triad is an example of such. It is my belief that in continuing to seek out the unknown and dealing with threats, we best carry on the student's mission. We best honor those we lost when the Isle Val was destroyed. Forgive me, I didn't mean to darken the mood. In saying all this, I simply wanted to clarify our organization's purpose for a new age. In line with said purpose, I've been reviewing new requests, and one in particular jumped out at me. It comes from none other than Rambros, the sons of Saint Corniac. Truly? Has something happened in Mordornalum? So it seemed, and he wishes to entrust the matter to us. While his missive is sparse in details, he writes that it lies beyond the son's expertise. Uncharted territories are the exact words he used. I'd like you to meet with Rambros and conduct a preliminary survey. What say you? Wonderful. When you're ready, pray make your way to the Revenant Stall. I shall let Rambros know to receive you there. I must remain here to oversee operations, but should it transpire that more hands are needed, don't hesitate to send word. Well,
There's no time like the present. If you could go on ahead, Reverend Soul, I shall make ready and then be on my way. There you are, Vobiscum. To its scene, we're early. My apologies for the wait. Ramos, what a pleasure to see you again. How have you been? The pleasure is all mine, my friend. I've been well. It gladdens me to see that you are too. Now I know you have many demands upon your time, so I shall explain the particulars of your request at once. Recently, an explorer came to us who claimed to have discovered the Phantom Realm. The Phantom Realm? So this is what you meant by uncharted territory? You're not familiar, perhaps unsurprising, given that it is a lesser-known legend. This legend holds that across Eorzea there exists a realm that appears as a mirage. Though visible from a distance, it fades away as one draws near. Well, it has featured in myth since ancient times. The realm's existence could not be proven, and thus it is seldom mentioned in literature. In spite of this, fueled by rumors of the occasional sighting, the myth has persisted and continues to capture the hearts and minds of explorers. That you yourself should reach out to us. It is real then. When first the explorer in question approached us, we doubted him, but we couldn't doubt the evidence of our senses. Nay, the realm is real, as you will soon see for yourselves. Good gods, a part of me still struggles to believe it, but we have no reason to doubt you. Suffice to say, we are eager to see the realm too. Whatever truth awaits, I pray you will succeed in finding it. Seek out the explorer, one Derek. He has seen more of the realm than us, and should be willing to serve as your guide. I asked him to accompany me here, but he preferred to continue exploring on his own. He will be somewhere near the banks of Silvertear Lake, I expect. Understood. Our thanks, Rambros. Come, let's split up and look for our explorer. Oh well. Derek, did you get transformed into a baby monkey? Just in case you were entertaining the thought, Bobuskun, that Opo isn't our explorer. I have the man in question here with me. I'm Derek, the one who discovered the Phantom Realm. My apologies for making you search for me. Curious about this creature, are you? I found him injured during one of my journeys and tended to him. Since then, he has taken to follow me around. He's inquisitive but otherwise harmless, so pray pay him no mind. You are the hero who delivered our star from doom, are you not? What good fortune that one as capable as you should lend his aid. To be clear, our organization has yet to accept the commission. Before we can make a decision, we will conduct a preliminary survey. Will you guide us to the Phantom Realm? Of course, I will show you to the entrance at once. The gate to a realm long dreamed of by explorers.
What are you...
Impressive, isn't it? When the gate manifested, so did this magic, allowing one to thus walk upon water. Someone conceived the means to do this at will? An intriguing individual. It's perfectly safe, I assure you. Come.
Oh, come on.
At the 12, you truly can walk here. What magic is this? By what means is it perpetrated?
But forgive me, let us continue on.
To think that the entrance will lie over Silvertier Lake. There's nothing out of the ordinary with the environment. The sights, the sounds, the smell all appear as they should be in nature. That is to say, this place is no illusion. I bid you welcome to the navel of the Phantom Realm, the Umphalis. Umphalis? The Umphalis. Umphalis?
Reminds me of Bastion for some reason, the indie game.
The Umphilus, you say this place is called? Named by my own conception, I confess. I believe we needed something to call it by. Lest you wonder, the word means navel in an ancient tongue, an allusion to Mordona's location in the heart of Ardenard. As you can see, there are man-made structures, and the place appears well kept, yet there isn't a single soul in evidence. It is my hope that you will help me to shed light upon this realm, to learn who created it and to what end. I should like to know why it has revealed itself now. Was it simply a chance that kept it hidden, or something more? In any case, let us begin by taking a look around.
Cool. Crystal Tower, over tier, like, no aisle could be seen from the outside, however. Some of the gods, yes. Let me step all over them. They appear familiar. Because I remember that poor. And that we have never interacted with them since the end of 1.0.
Finished looking around, have you? What are your impressions? We have had only a cursory glance, but this is truly a mysterious place. The gleaming spire rising beyond the clouds, that is most certainly the Crystal Tower. Judging by its aspects, we are a considerable distance above Silvertear Lake, which would suggest the gate we entered is a teleporter. However, if the isle lies where it appears to lie, then it couldn't have escaped the battle of Silvertear skies unscathed. Which is to say, we are in Mordona, and yet we are not. It is as if we were displaced from our world, if only slightly. Displaced is an apt way to put it. Was there aught else you noticed? Aye, the motifs upon yonder structure, they are unmistakably the marks of the 12. By which I posit that this was created to be a place of worship. But by whom? I cannot think of any who could have possibly built such grand premises, never mind magically concealed it, at least not in the wake of the Battle of Silvertear Skies. Aye, this is a mysterious place indeed.
Well, it seems there is but one solution for our ignorance, a thorough investigation. For this, we will require more manpower and supplies, among other things. With your permission, we will confer with our representative, Cryle, and make the necessary arrangements for a formal investigation. If that is what must be done to commence your work in earnest, then by all means. Without further ado then, let us return to Charleon.
How the mortals?
You profane this sacred realm with your very presence, and must answer for your irreverence. I am Baragot, the Builder. Baragot, the 12 are real? Let there be no doubt, we are not simulacra born of mortal faith. Nay, we 12 are divinities true. And in Heidelin's absence, we are the star's rightful rulers, its will. Closely have we watched mankind, and we have determined that you, Champion Heidelin, pose a threat to our ascension. You were foolish to wonder, Tara. We could destroy you with ease here and now, but as divinities we must demonstrate grace and forbearance. Or use my echoed voice, but so. There is but one path. We must weigh this mortal's worth. Hear, hear, let there be a trial. What a mortal could invariably be destroyed, it would at least provide us with a diversion. What? You suddenly appear and expect us to simply comply with your whims?
Protest if you wish, but mortal logic means not the gods. You will abide by our laws. Lo, the gateway to our sanctum lies open.
Show us the strength of mankind. Show us the honor of mankind. Show us the spirit of mankind.
If man would remain the master of his own destiny, then assemble your comrades and come. Come and prove your worthiness.
Seven hells. During my previous forays, nothing like this ever happened. I encountered not a single soul, and certainly not gods.
And by their own admission, they mean to take over the star. What are we to do? The situation has indeed taken an unexpected turn, but we must try to think clearly. The 12 has long been revered and worshipped in Eorzea, and myths about them abound, but to my knowledge, they have never thus appeared so openly before people. For these beings to suddenly reveal themselves just when we're here, claim supremacy over the star, and challenge your Vobiscum to a trial. Too much about this feels odd, and it gives me pause. Fair enough, yet as it stands, it seems we can't dismiss the threat either.
Blasphemy? Yeah, I was just say blasphemy.
It's true that even Hydaelyn and Zodiac were primals, and we cannot discount the possibility, but we know too little to draw conclusions. In any event, if these beings seek dominion over the star, as they say, what happens here may have far-reaching implications. To that end, I believe we should take action. Suffice to say, you are with me. And the students of Baldessian will officially tend to the situation? Aye. In the course of studying the star's mysteries, we have undertaken to deal with any threats that may arise. This is no different. Right, this is a deliberate course of action. Derek, know you aught of these beings' sanctums? Aye, there are domains in the Phantom Realm that lies beyond each gate. I've explored them all. Perhaps due to the etheric instability, there are times when one can enter when ordinary one cannot, but it would seem that the way has been opened for us. While I encountered no gods during my previous forays, I saw enough to know my way around. I am but a humble explorer and cannot contend with gods, but if you would be willing to protect me, I will serve as your guide. Assemble your comrades, Bear God bade us. As strong as know you are, we know little and less about our foes, and neither their strength nor their true nature. It would be decidedly reckless to contend with them unprepared. And so, as much as we would like to accompany you, I shall do what affords us the best chance at victory. While you set forth to answer the gods' challenge, I will work behind the scenes in my capacity as a student. For one, it will behoove us to arm ourselves with knowledge about the 12, and I shall begin by apprising Cry of the situation. By thus utilizing the resources to its fullest, we shall overcome whatever trials await.
during the fight.
So, you are resolved to face me.
Time to get hit by everything. I'm ready.
This music is geared up, Joe.
Come, children of man.
I was enjoying the chill.
See.
Arena shenanigans at the edge.
Bend the knee. Tremble before my divinity.
He's gonna build something. Oh, he's form-biting us. Oh, so this is Gordon's gimmick.
Behold the virtuosity of the builder.
Win. Is he gonna blow us back? Oh. Okay, that's spicy.
To me, O hammer divine.
Looks like he's gonna bonk us, I'm pretty sure. Oh, I see.
Who's there? Nagi? Do we want to get bumped? Is this the mechanic? Oh, we got bumped.
Searing light. Light my foe.
I have no idea why we're going this way, but okay.
Friend is still dead. Sad. I find dance with somebody else. I'm not quite sure I understand the mechanic so far. Try hard dancer right now.
Grace will make mercy.
It's a lot of hammer dudes. Oh, so that's good.
Bend the knee.
He is not.
Oh, okay. I thought he was not gonna go down.
Boot? Well, that's some MP. Then upgrade Creed. Ah.
The builder has been made to yield. Intriguing. Then the Destroyer shall take your measure. After you have provided my servant with some sport.
Yeah, that look kind of sussy to me. Another cut.
Come on, my Viper friend, I believe in you. Liam Neeson.
See no indicator. I'm just gonna guess it's an AoE. Yeah. So we can forget.
A wombo combo. Oh, I got tricked. He turned around, this son of a gun.
The dancing player is strong. Two of them. Oh, we're about to get bonked there. Our one mages are like, I'm not healing that guy.
Ahead stands a statue I have fashioned for our contest.
Uh-oh. I'm scared.
Come, show me the strength of mankind.
Time to get knocked off over and over again.
Upon the ground you shall crawl. My authority is the Destroyer.
Can't really see what he's doing though, is the problem. See circles? Oh, not the circles!
I will break you body and soul.
Don't want to be on the side that... Right, yeah. Okay.
4 circles, oh no! And I can't see the circles.
Wandering star, descend and destroy. Keep my relevant distance.
We stand here. My friend died here. Oh, okay. Our tank divided, unfortunately. Close. Red and blue? He seems to be doing both, but how do I know which one he's doing first? Where's the other sword? Ready?
Can you predict the road?
Do I stand on it? strange mechanic. Why is everybody going opposite? Why are you going off to the side? Explain. I hope.
Most impressive. Children of man.
Come, mortals. Enter my realm, if you dare.
Man. I don't really understand that fight, but it's okay. Killer is dead for some reason. Was? Oh, I tried. I shot somebody. Derek, just admit it. You're a god, aren't you? I see. Oh. Oh, this one's hard. He's doing a check.
By the light of the sun.
And check. I'm gonna expect this is difficult. Order's promise. 6. Like a bullet.
In fire woven. In your wake, not unfriend.
Okay. Great balls of fire. Pretend on the deck.
just a mirage? Or something
she's
more?
I feel like she's gonna pick it. Just an idea. Seems too simple of a mechanic. Is it gonna come back to her? Or pause the explosion or something? I'm scared. Oh, fireball mechanics. Surprised that didn't do any damage. I'm quite a fan of this room mix.
I'm quite warmed to you. Let there be fire.
Join the school of fish, as I've been taught. Follow wherever the rain people goes. What? The Phoenix? Can't do this. I can't. Would have been real awkward if we died there. Wind? Oh, okay. Okay. Her indicators are pretty recognizable, which is nice. Right?
None can escape the inferno.
Reach for forward.
This will burn.
So. Get out. Eek.
A gift of flame for our children.
Easy. Let's go. Bard friend does not seem to like to use the pelotons. The balancer?
I am Null, keeper of the realm of the living.
It's null. Oh.
I am Thor, keeper of the realm of the dead. Prepare to be judged, children of man.
Always with the judging, eh? Always with the judging. Alliance Raid and Stormblood was like this as well. Well, prepare to be judged.
not bad. Above is below.
But will you be able to comprehend?
Feet above, flames below. We're going on around. Nobody's moving. Yes. Triple take stack. Come on. I get pew pew pew. Oh, what? Damn it. Horse was stacked, but now it's back. Why did you move? That was nasty. I don't think. Not sure where we're going there. I shouldn't have done that. Sorry. Just playing off of like eyeballs. Not exactly. Oh, fish. I didn't see the visual indicator. Do I stand on these or don't? You don't stand on this? Definitely don't stand on this. So like Emmett Silk's fight. This would be annoying as hell for the mage. Oh god. Struggle. Our black mage has not been hit once. Oh my god, the dodge. With the wind. Yeah, I recognize this mechanic from Borgia. Oh, what the? Oh my god, no. Which one is which? Dying sick. Oh, okay. Got it. Yeah. So it's a double slap here. 4 seconds left. Oh, I think I screwed up here. Okay. Let's go. Okay, there's no 4, right?
Defy our divine authority. Very well. Let us proceed to your judgment. We, traders, shall weigh your soul!
Do I go towards it? It is here.
Preserve the balance.
Oh, that's still that's still fired. So the judge pretty much the whole room is affected by fire.
The moment of judgment is come.
I am dead. We're not that dead. Okay.
Well done! You are deserving of reward. As a show of esteem, we shall bring our all to bear.
How do I know which one's which though? Oh, doesn't matter.
You have been found worthy.
You're safe, thank goodness. I rushed here as soon as I heard the tidings from Raha. Is it true beings claimed to be the 12 has appeared? You defeated them all? Incredible! I had no doubt that you would succeed, but I'm no less impressed for it.
Seldom. Oh, seldom has I something. Felt as such exhilaration.
Think that the day would come that we put on an act for men. I must say, Beauregard, you played the villain's role to perfection. Now, Master, I merely did what was necessary to compel the mortals to confront us.
Oh, still it pained me to speak to our beloved children so unkindly.
So you say, Asayama. Yet you seemed happy enough to fight them. You did not forget the true purpose of the trial, I hope.
Well, I couldn't help but be excited, and do not tell me you felt differently.
Consider yourselves fortunate, children. It is rare indeed to see Nothal in such high spirits. What in the world is happening? Didn't you say you had defeated them? Did they manage to flee, or perhaps were resummoned? Put up your weapons. You ought not to fear from us. Rest assured, we are not summoned beings. We do not drain the land of ether, nor do we take men into our thrall. But what of the gods who were summoned during the calamity? The ones Master Luswa called forth to protect the realm. That was not us, but a primal born of your fervent prayers for salvation. Indeed, but the worst of the calamity was averted and the realm restored in its aftermath was a direct testament to the power of your hopes. Yeah, I guess. Just as men harbor hopes, so too do we gods. To realize our aspirations, it is essential that we do battle with you. Thus did I falsely claim that we sought to rule the world. With deceitful conduct unworthy of divinity, and I must apologize, not only for that, but for using my power to do harm besides. These hopes of yours, won't you tell us what they are? We cannot. If you wish to know the truth, you must discover it for yourselves. It is not easy to move forward when there is seemingly no destination, but if you press on, you eventually arrive at the answers you seek. Aye, you will understand why we hold our peace, and far more besides, you will learn the very truth of our existence. Go forth, mortals, and seek knowledge of us, and when the time is right, we shall meet again in this place. Of hearing about your battling with the 12 weren't shocking enough to have them appear before my very eyes. Suffice it to say, it's been an interesting day. While much about them remains shrouded in mystery, at least they seem open to reason, and considering our next step, I should very much like to hear you detail account of them. Right after I have a word with our client, that is. Please give me a moment to introduce myself, and then we can review the situation. Greetings, I am Cryle, of the Students of Baldestian. Do I have the pleasure of addressing Derek, the explorer who sought aid in investigating this place? Hi, I'm Derek, and this here is a baby Opopo. Yes, I can see that. Doesn't it have a name? None that I know of, nor would I presume to bestow one, for that would be condescending. I see. That's very considerate of you. So I understand you explored the various Phantom realms with Derek. Would you recount to me the experience? Wave hands around. But while the gods tested you sorely, you did not sense any malicious intent. As Bergot said, they wish to do battle with us, but it would seem they do not necessarily wish to cause us harm. Though much more about this perplexes us, perhaps it is safe to assume that they are not primals. As you may recall, Livingway once told us the art of summoning as taught by the Asians incorporates the fervent desire to assimilate others onto one's belief. Thus do the resultant primals seek to enthrall worshippers, who in turn seek to grow their ranks. These beings appears to harbor no such desire. If they are primals, then they are unlike those that have been summoned in recent memory. You might suppose that they were created in antiquity and like the manners of Hydaelyn, but there's no way to prove it. Who could they possibly be, and why do they desire battle with men? Even of your little Eorzea, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance. Emetzelk did say that, didn't he? Of which we may assume he knew the truth, and challenged you to seek it out too. Suffice it to say, you'll do so, of course. Insofar as we can ascertain, this is a matter which has implications for the entire star. In light of this, the students of Baltistum formally accept the commission. We will investigate the Phantom Realm and bring beings who call themselves the 12. I am pleased to hear that. Thank you. Without further ado then, I will take a look around. There are a few things I'm curious about. Then with your permission, I will take myself around the Eorzea and investigate the worship of the gods we encountered. Derek, seeing as you've already seen this place, would you care to accompany me? Revisiting the shrines? By all means, in which case... Could you stay here with Crya, my friend? It wouldn't do to leave a fair maiden alone. I should be glad for the company. Take care then, and good luck. So, to explain my plan, it is believed that the 12 were already worshipped during the 3rd Astral Era when the Allagan Empire flourished. Come the 5th Astral Era, those notions that fought in the War of the Magi each took one of the 12 as a guardian deity. This practice has continued to the present day in Eorzea, with some notable regional differences. For instance, Isgardians hold Halone as absolute, while Sharlians enjoyed a moderate relationship with Thaliak. By visiting various locations in Eorzea and learning about the 12 as they are worshipped, I hope to identify any similarities or differences between them and beings we encountered. In doing so, I believe we will draw closer to the truth of their identities. For our first destination, I propose we take ourselves to Rhalgr's Reach. The place is holy ground for worshippers of the Destroyer and promises to yield useful details. There you are, Robuskun. This place served as the base of operations for your investigation at Omega, did it not? How delightful to be here together. If you don't mind making an observation, it seems you enjoy traveling with company. I do. It's something I had dreamed of for a long time. Is that so? What of yourself? Do you normally travel alone? I, in my wanderings, I much prefer to have solitude. Not that I avoid people or communities, mind you. As a matter of fact, I've been here before, on the trail of the Phantom Realm. Now that I think on it, more often than not, those places where Phantom Realm sightings are known to occur have a tradition of 12 worship. I dare to hope that we are on the right track.
As I'm sure you know, Rauga's Reach is a home of the Temple of the Fist, the ancient headquarters of the Fist of Raugar. Raised by the Mad King Theodoric, the temple lay abandoned before the Alamegan resistance claimed it for its operations. While I doubt that much literature has survived over the years, the people here may possess some knowledge of the local faith. So let us split up and make inquiries, and reconvene here afterwards to share findings.
Alright, says Ron Roger. I'm Fiston. The storm upline. Again, the storm below the bridge is fast. I was wondering what happens to wait for one. The one's always lost life generation measure was reach. What's beyond with me? The wind per house I was trying to over. Oh. Hey, you too. Or should talk to you too. With the original finds.
Oh, if it isn't Bobskin, is this man perchance a friend of yours? Last he visit, he shared with me the tales he heard on his journeys, and what amazing tales there were. You've had the time allowed to hear both of your stories. Alas, we're in some haste. We're investigating the worship of Raugar and to seek literature on the subject, religious texts and the like. Can any still be found here? Just about all of it's gone, sadly. Destroyed by the Empire, if not the Mad King before that. But we haven't lost everything. The mighty image was destroyed, the tales we share at the campfire, like the legend of the nation's founding. We still have these things, and they were a source of great comfort and strength to us in our darkest moments. I see. If you don't mind, I will be obliged to hear your stories this time. Bobskin, rest assured I have this well in hand. Feel free to carry on as you were.
Only Monaco.
Yes, if you have business, please make it quick. I'm due to meet with someone any moment now. Forgive me, my delay. But why, if it isn't...
Boy, Marjorie!
If an adventurer kindly escorted me to the Temple of the Fist, are you studying monks too, perchance? If so, you ought to work together with me and my colleagues here. Few things are finer than joining heads with the like-minded folk. Research the worship of the Tsar, you say? Why didn't you mention it sooner?
I've met this character in like forever, like 3 years.
This is a copy of Destructivity, a scripture on the Fist of Raugar. The original is one of the few texts right at the temple's raising. It was recovered by a monk named Wardegreld. I went to the trouble of having this made for my colleague, only for her to say she doesn't need it, so I will offer it to you instead.
Ugh. Please do forget, this is your passion, not mine. I'm simply assisting you as a favor. I thank you not to put us in danger.
But danger is the crucible in which the monk tempers bodies and mind. Ah, oh, so sublime, monks.
There's some monks I can introduce you to.
Well, I'd best return to our work. Till next time, adventurer.
Have I expected to meet the scholar in the monk quest line, job quest line, telling us how stupid we are?
Vobskun, what were you able to learn?
I has a books.
A copy of one of the scriptures, you say? A moment while I skim over it. I see, this chapter appears to be a record of the construction of the great image of Ralgar, written in the style as just folklore was committed to parchment. When the deluge of the Sixth Emerald Calamity threatened Eorzea, the answers of the Alamikons were guided to safety by a comet. Believing that was sent by Ralgar, they came to hold him in the highest. This much of the tale I had been familiar with. But according to the scripture, among those refugees who followed the comet, some claim to have caught sight of Ralgar himself. Their accounts were passed down through the centuries, and worshippers of the destroyer pieced them together to give shape to yonder statue. I must say, it bears more than a passing resemblance to the being we encountered. Were that Ralgar primal, the explanation for the similarities would be simple. That is, the statue gives rise to a unified interpretation of Ralgar's appearance, and which in turn lends form to the primal. However, this fails to account for what inspires the likeness in the first place. If the scripture is to be believed, it was the sightings during the Sixth Emerald Calamity. If for those witnesses to be able to recognize Ralgar, they will have to need an agreed-upon idea of his appearance beforehand. If we then consider the history of the 12 worship, that it already existed in the Third Astral Era, it would not be ridiculous to think that these divinities existed even prior to that. So the question is, did these beings give rise to their respective faiths, or are they primals born with them?
I thought we had made it clear. We are not summoned beings. Why are you always together?
Since time immemorial, our domain have lain scattered across Eorzea.
As a matter of fact, one of those in which you set foot is nearby. It is not unusual for mortals to glimpse us.
That voice, could they be? Indeed, I am Baragod, and the hawk beside me is Ralgar. I should elaborate upon my master's explanation. We thus disguised ourselves when we wished to observe the world without, for being seen in our true forms would violate our laws of conduct. Yet, though we similarly disguise our sanctums, veiling them in illusions, rents are known to manifest when the surrounding ether is unstable. In such a time, should a gifted mortal chance to be near, they may inadvertently catch sight of us. Of course, during the Umbral Calamity, etheric imbalance occurs on a star-wide scale, the ideal condition for seeing the Phantom Realm.
Precisely how many times we have been seen, we ourselves have no way of knowing, but that is a sound assumption to make. Well, Baragod, I believe that much shall suffice by way of an apology for our deception, shall we?
Indeed, that is all we are at liberty to reveal. Fare you well, children of man. Aside from their reticence, where it concerns their identity and objective, these divinities are certainly approachable. If what they said was true and their worship can be traced back to their sightings, it would serve to explain one thing. According to my research in the field of comparative mythology, Ralgar is often observed to bear many similarities with Ramu. Assuming both were inspired by the Ralgar of the Phantom Realm, their diversions may be attributable to differences in culture between man and self. So you believe that they gave rise to the prevailing faiths of the Eorzea? Given available evidence, yes, I am inclined to, yet none of this explains their presence. How and when did beings of such power come into existence?
Oh, tis you, Cryle. Has something happened? Truly? Very well, I shall take care of it. Cryle has recruited an acquaintance to aid in our investigation, an authority on mythology. I must go and receive her at the sunken table of corn, where she is currently conducting fieldwork after a brief detour to prepare a little something. Conveniently, Thanaland is home to countless adherents to Nalthal. While I tend to business, may I ask the two of you to make inquiries in Uda? Very well. Excellent. I will join you as soon as I am able. By your leave. So, it's to be just you and me in Uda. I suppose it can't be helped. A strange manner for the one who proposed the survey to so promptly abandon it. I'll not lie, I'm not given to working one-on-one with another, but I suppose I agreed to this arrangement. Well, we had best be on our way. As I recall, Milvan's Sacrarium is still closed for construction, so let us try our luck at Azanith Ossuary. You have no objection to traveling separately, I trust. Good, I shall see you in Uda. Ah, there you are. Of the Davic twins know Thal, here they worship Thal, who keeps the realms of the dead and weigh the worth of men's souls. In contrast, Nald keeps the world of living and oversees their financial fortunes. Their names are borne by many a location and religious organizations. Some extremely wealthy and powerful exist to nurture faith in them. On the surface, it may seem strange that a hub of commerce, such as Uda, could be home to such spiritual people, but it is actually quite logical when one considers that their religion is, in essence, commerce. In any event, Nathal is a truly unusual divinity. What was originally held to be one god came to be worshipped as twins. Indeed, rather than the two distinct entities, that which we encounter was a single being possessed of two personalities. Did I mishear? Did he just say they encountered Nathal? And while his appearance differs somewhat to the divinities worshipped, it cannot be denied that there are striking similarities in their nature.
Don't say anything.
Forgive me, this is hardly the place for such a conversation. Let us continue it elsewhere. It was careless of me to openly speak of our encounter with a divinity within the place where he is worshipped. Hereon, I shall exercise greater caution. I thank you for alerting me to my indiscretion, and I ask that you keep it between us. Now then, to finish our conversation, as I mentioned, though the Nathal as worshipped by men appear somewhat different, there are undeniable similarities in their nature. I believe we may report this much to Grahatia. With that, our work here is done. Rather than waiting for our companion to arrive, perhaps we might seek him out at the Sunken Temple? He mentioned needing to make a detour. Were we to set out now, we ought to be able to catch up to him. After all, we hardly know one another. Rather than loiter with an unfamiliar person, it is better to use our time productively. Wouldn't you agree? Then let us head to the Sunken Temple of Korn at once.
How long since I've been here?
Hello? You're here, thank goodness. I found this woman collapsed, though I can see no obvious injuries. By her attire, she appears to be some manner of scholar. Water, food in my pack, please. I see, Phobos, may I trouble you to find our bag? I'll stand on the lookout in the meantime.
I mean, I could just give you water and food. I suppose that'll be too easy.
Now I decide only to take the water.
Thirsty, hungry.
Not enough food. I need food. I've not saved dried meat, tough as leather. Do you have anything easier to consume? Bread? Vobiscum, Derg, what are you doing here? Actually, that can wait. Steady, Snow Gem. I brought you argan loaf and coffee, made sweet and creamy just as you like it. I am reborn, washed down with a sweet beverage of life-giving nutrients of argan loaf, permeating my being from head to toe. Thank you, kind stranger. However, you need my preferred source of sustenance. You are truly a godsend. Oh, it's you, Raha. What brings you here? I don't recall mentioning my fieldwork. It's for my research into the Baladians, a worship of Asayama. You see? Haven't you heard from Cryo? The students are presently investigating 12, and we will prevail upon your expertise. May I introduce you, Snowgem, expert mythologist. She is a collaborator of the students, and like many a Charlian scholar, is passionate about her endeavors to the point of forgetting to eat. Seeing as she has recovered, may I ask the two of you to tell her about the Phantom Realm? I mean, she will want to go. We actually met the gods. The 12 abide in the Phantom Realm, and you exchange not only words with them, but blows besides. Incredible! And your description of the domains, a thunderous tower in one and a sweltering city in another, are precisely the heavens of lightning and fire depicted in legend. In ancient time, worship of the 12 believed that there existed 7 heavens and 7 hells. Mythology has since established that departed souls return to their zero sea, but it seems those afterlife domains were more than just inventions of mortal imagination. As a pursuer of myths, I must say it feels somewhat anticlimactic to suddenly have these revelations given to me. More than that, I'm dying to know more, which is to say, please allow me to join your investigation. We would, of course, welcome your presence. Without further ado, then, let us head to the Umphalos. Cryo awaits us there. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome, Snowgem. I'm glad you could join us. How delightful to see you again. I understand you've been doing a fine job leading the students. May I say what a lovely place this is? At a glance, this appears to be the highest of the heavens of legend, the 7th heaven. And ooh, if those aren't symbols representing the other heavens, I take it those are to respective gateways. I should like to pay them all a visit. For Snowgem's benefit, let us review what we have learned thus far, and then deliberate the next step. Hence the hand waving. The gods were appeared before us in Ragos Reach, though they were disguised as unassuming creatures. Their law forbids them from showing their true forms outside their realm. Yet, in the event the ambient ether becomes unstable, such as during an umbral calamity, it is possible for the realm, and indeed the gods themselves, to be glimpsed by mortals. Such sightings, we believe, have given rise to the various faiths practiced throughout Eorzea. As we confirmed in Uda, the Nalthal worshipped by the people and the Nalthal we encounter here have more similarities than they do differences. In the course of exploring the Elmfellows, two things caught my attention. The first is the gate which lies in the innermost area. In each of the other 6 gates led to an elementally aspect of heaven, and we stand in the 7th heaven, as Snow Gem says. What then lies beyond the last gate? The second is the monument. It harbors some manner of magic, unlike anything I've ever seen before. I've never decipher it, but it will take time. Divinities that have existed since time immemorial, who abides in domains resembling the heavens of legends. Why have they chosen to reveal themselves to mortals seeking battle, unless they favor us more of their secrets? To it seem this monument holds the key to solving the mystery. Indeed, much more yet lies beyond our understanding, but we'll keep chasing the truth together. And as I'm sure you agree, though this is tiring work, both mentally and physically, we need to pace ourselves, to which end, might I just return to Reverend's Toll and have a rest before we embark on the next stage of our investigation? Well, if everybody else is just a tiny aspect of God, like the bird and the little mining gremlin, as we like to call it, then the Opal Opal must be some sort of god as well. But a god of what? Little Opal Opal is too sussy. Are we just teleporting? Thank you. Some cheese, some bread, some skewers. Really, do I get to simply chat with colleagues? I've fairly forgotten what it felt like. Indeed, it's quite fitting that we should be doing so here at the 7th heaven. Fitting, that's an understatement. I ever heard one. The 7th, the highest of the heavens, which rules over the remaining 6, was right here in Mordona all this time. This isn't fitting, my friends. It's destiny. You're gonna eat that sugar? You are obviously well versed in the myths surrounding the heavens and hells. If you don't mind, I should like to hear your thoughts on them. No, let me actually, no. Invested as they are in their research, it doesn't take much to stoke their passions. My apology if it makes you uncomfortable. Having always traveled alone, I'm admittedly not too familiar with such a lively atmosphere, but I do not mislike it. By the way, the two of you arrived at the sunken level rather quickly. Did something happen? Mm-hmm. We saw the gods, literally! Well, as pleasant as this has been, it's past time we return to the Annex. The paperwork for this commission isn't going to complete itself, alas. Then I should take myself to Umphos. There is so much there I'd like to see. And I believe I'll go for a walk nearby. It's getting a little warm in here.
Alright, to take care now. Oh, Wolfskin, it's pleasant, isn't it? The smells and sounds of a tavern. It makes one feel alive. And afterwards, stepping outside alone and breathing the cool air. I like that just as much. While we await developments, I shall remain here in Revenant's Toll. If there are any tidings, rest assured I will share them with you. Thank you for your help thus far. I doubt so much could have been accomplished without you. Oh, greetings, Vobiscoon. If you come to ask about developments in their Phantom Realm investigation, your timing couldn't be better. A short while ago, we received word from Gratia. He and Kra complete their preparations and Charlie are ready to resume field work. Even as we speak, they make their way hither. Let's wait for them together, shall we? There they are. Oh. What in the heavens are you carrying? This, my friends, is the latest technological marvel to come out of Charleon. I give you the etheric analyzer. Holding it thus, you can take a measure of the ambient ether, whose waveform is then recorded by the ether transcriber at the back. This provides us with detailed data of the environment, which we can study at our own leisure. As you know, the Phantom Realms are hidden by illusions. In order to ascertain their nature, I suggested to Kryle that we record the data with proper equipment. Alas, the site equipment is tremendously cumbersome. Rahas has done well to bring it here in one piece, and as expensive as it doubtless is, I hope we can return it in the same condition. Return it? Yes, to the Forum. In approving our investigation, they granted us use of the device in addition to their financial backing. Despite the students' greatly reduced scale, the Forum has faith in our endeavors, thus did the approval notice declare, I am proud to say. We owe much of this goodwill to the Scions, yourself not least of all. That being said, we can't depend on the Forum indefinitely. No, we must stand on our own 2 feet again, and it begins with our efforts in this investigation. The 12 are meant to be Eorzea's guardian deities as they seek battle with mankind. What could it possibly be that motivates them? In treating with them earnestly, I am hopeful that we will find the answer. Well, we shouldn't keep, Snoogan waiting. Without further ado, let's join her in the Ovilus.
That thing isn't going back in one piece. Teleport me!
Welcome back. Well now, if that isn't the etheric analyzer, you've done well to get a hold of it. Indeed, we're duly grateful to the Forum for the loan. It's no small thing to be lugging about, but I've always wanted to try it. If you're ready, Raha, you may proceed with measuring the ether to defend the realm. Bubba's-kun, please assist them, will you?
Oh.
In the meantime, I have in mind to further examine the monument of Snogan. How does that sound? Like a plan. As a matter of fact, I've already done a little bit of work on that front. As you previously determined, the monument harbors some manner of magic, as this magic I've since found takes the form of an epigraph. Epigraph? By consulting Professor Urusha and Namono, Charlemagne's foremost experts in the field of archaeology, I was able to make a discovery. Oh yes, a most startling discovery. That is, the epigraph is largely incomplete, so we can't read it. So you didn't make a discovery. Oh, but see, establishing what one doesn't know is also important in this type of research. For a blessing, the language used doesn't appear to be completely unknown. If we can fill in the missing information, it should be possible to make sense of it. But where do we even begin looking for such information? Why, we ask the gods ourselves, of course.
Themselves?
By giving them the battle they desire, we're doing them a favor, are we not? That being the case, they should say they would grace us with the presence if called. Please, come with me! Oh, the things I would ask them if they really did appear? Now, going by astrology, the heaven of Earth should be next to open. It just so happens I know a perfect indentation for this purpose.
Are you Australian?
Open! Montui.
Montoy?
It's a time-honored charm passed down in Britannia, whose patron is Novagat, one of the deities said to dwell in the heavens of Earth. Come, everyone, stay with me!
Well, can't hurt to try.
Say it with enthusiasm.
The next 4?
What delightful children you are. I too have desired to speak with you.
Oh. Uh-oh.
But by the way, it's her. It's really her. She looks precisely as depicted in legend. Amazing. It's an honor to meet you, Nalfaka. If I may, what is it that you wish to speak about? You seek to decipher the monument, do you not? If you face more of us in battle, I myself included, we shall grant you the key to unlocking that mystery. We would, of course, be much obliged for such a gift, but are you certain? The gods before were not exactly forthcoming with your secrets. Closely have we watched you from our respective sanctums, watched as you faced us and pursued the truth with pure hearts and minds. In light of what we have seen, we have concluded thus. Even should you uncover the monument's purpose, you will still be willing to lend us your aid. Help us to fulfill our heart's desire, and so too shall we grant yours. Yours. I look forward to receiving you in my sanctum, my dear children.
Mommy?
The original plan was to revisit the heavens of lightning and fire. But I believe all would agree that we should prioritize Navaka's invitation. Well, Snoogum, your charm did the trick. The way to another heaven lies open, and beyond its truth of the monument. I can seriously wait to pour over the etheric data. Raha, Vobskun, I leave it in your capable hands. As for you, Derek, may we rely on your guidance once more.
Nope.
Now that we know what awaits, I do not feel my presence is necessary. On the contrary, I would only be a burden. As you wish, of course. We can still count on you to pray for your friends, though, I trust. I'm glad I can join you this time, Obiskin. Encumbered as I am with the analyzer, I feel I won't be able to assist in battle, but I shall do my part to secure the data we need.
You're foreseen? Sign? You're for sign?
Man.
Just a scythe. Oh, she's gonna read my ass. Okay.
At last the time has come.
Did you put her on headphones for this? That's okay. She's just gonna fight her first? Okay.
life's resolve. No true abundance.
Okay, so there's some arena shenanigans. I can't really see the animations in the middle of all this. Wow, okay. Got it.
Nourish soil.
Is it in? Yeah. If the other one's out, this one must be in, right? Got it. Okay.
Reap the harvest.
Okay. Okay.
Let life flower and flourish.
Okay, flying all over this. Given this out, right? Make sure I have my force forward. I'm just gonna... I better go far enough. I thought it was gonna send me further. Oh well.
Mine is the breath of the earth.
Sort of understand? Not really though. Just pretending.
My heart rejoices for our union.
I don't know what this move is. Well, 34 seconds. Talk about a wind-up. Okay. Here. That was pretty harsh. This.
Bow down like the willow. Beyond adversity lies strength, good children. Be strong for what awaits.
Wait, that party? That's funny.
By my authority, let the land be remade.
Is it Thalak? Who's this? Did I not? Oops. Anything bad? just do it. Fine. Just gonna Phoenix here. Boom. Ah, big boy. Hello. What's this come from? Okay, I see. Is there meters somewhere there? Nope. The guy is super dead. He did not see the meteor. Oh, there goes my brother. What do you mean I can't man no charges? Oh, quick! Oh, great. Time to get trolled.
Forgive me, but I couldn't stay away.
It seems my sister shall be joining us. 'Tis only fitting that we face you together.
I will spin your face.
Where is this? Who's you guys going on? I forgot. Okay, just make sure we don't get hit.
Have you the strength to defy fate?
The sands of time are mine to command.
But what is he gonna freeze though is my question. Oh, she's gonna do it anytime. Oh, he's gonna increase the timer. Ah, oh, okay. I'm scared.
I shall measure your worth.
Hang out with the tank.
Surrender to my power.
We want to be on the lines? Okay. Heavy mechanic. Oh, we have more vulnerable magic, but we're heavy so we don't get knocked into the stratosphere.
Drown in waters divine.
Ah, dead.
Pray to the stars on high.
this would be really good. Cards. I didn't see the start of that mechanic, so I'm not happy about it. What is this? Apparently, these are looking I'm looking away from her. Okay, got it. So I face towards her. Okay. Am I on? Oh, no DPS, so I'm not frogging my pocket. Let's do it.
Long have I awaited this moment.
This too is fate.
Upon the most exalted of battlefields you shall stand.
Let me in! Ice! Oh dear. Slip and slide my way to... I can't see it?
Summon your courage and press on.
Alright, I can't. Okay, I can't just teleport onto anybody. That's why that was not working. Why is there a music? Clone! It's like stinky of thing to go.
I, the Fury, shall test your strength of spirit. All-piercing spear, drink deep of raging blizzards.
I am a frost potato. Wait, I'm gonna just point it.
For glory, you must be prepared to render your all.
Okay. Okay. Oops, I did not call that one.
You must do better than that against me.
I have no idea what the mechanic was. I did not see it. She is tough though. Oh, okay.
defeat.
Oh. I'm super dead. Yeah. Healers. One of the healers got frozen, and the other healer
must be
is.
seized with one's own hands.
The other healer was very busy. Did not expect the cascading effect to go up so quickly. Nope, she abandoned. That's fair. Wait, the sound didn't go off. Whoop. Again. Okay, not getting there. Oh. Uh-oh.
In ice unyielding, now rest. Mine is the Aegis.
Ishgar's God's pretty cool.
Ah, would that our clash could continue forever.
We in or out? Same mechanic?
There is no retreat, only victory or defeat.
But still got some bitch. I'm okay.
Yes, lose yourself in the joy of battle.
I did not see the first hit. What was the first hit? At least their healers know what they're doing, so. But it's all right.
Well fought. Your next test awaits.
She's not the finale? I feel like she's pretty cool for a finale. What's that mean? Ah.
Come bathe in the moon's tender glow.
lover's heart. Behold my power!
What does that move mean? I have no idea what.
Lest you worry, 'tis naught I cannot handle. Is it too much for mortals, I wonder?
Let's go into action.
Prepare yourself. Oh, eyes, have mercy upon them.
Yes. Oops. That weapon? Oh, okay.
Love moves me to act.
Doggy? Dog.
Let's delight in the simple things.
Oh, I got them on the wrong side. Play? But, no worries.
Moonbeam.
Always Latin.
You're always in my heart, my love.
There we go.
Half. Oh, okay. So this one's going for
leveling up, yes.
Our dreams may yet become reality. Thank you.